Oops. Let me see. Ew. I gave him a hat. I think actually before I jump in, I might restart my game capture one more time, because sometimes I just don't trust it. He is the most festive. I was looking at things, and I was like, technically, at first, I was like, I could just put, because I have so much Christmas, I have, like, so many past Christmas things of me. So I went, I got out my little Christmas sweater, PNG, and I was like, I could just use that. But then I was like, I kind of miss my little popcorn man. And I was like, what if I just gave him a hat? So yeah, hi, I've been on my desk. I could have hit the start streaming button, but I was like, I'm getting him a hat. And boy, I forgot how hard it is to find an actual transparent PNG. Cause boy, they just sure don't exist. He has a hat, yeah! He has a hat and he's ready for terrible things to happen. Oh, I forgot we left here! Right, because Mips needed to sleep and this part seemed like it wasn't gonna go away. Usually quicker to make them yourself. True, but I am not smart. But I found one and I was like, I'll try it. And it worked, I think. The hat's bigger than him, but it's fine. Hi from Sam. Hello, Sam! You're fully caught up? Oh. Whew! Man, we had a doozy last time. This freaking game, man. I'm ready. The masked man at the supermarket, terrifying. Right? All those guys were super spooky. Man. Like, that's not what you want to run into at all. That's, God. She just kept opening file after file. I guarantee, we're gonna start, and then we'll just, like, immediately get out of this scene. That'll probably be what happened. Because last time it felt like it didn't end, so... I can only assume that it'll be the opposite this time. Or maybe we will have been right, but I don't know. Greek? Pog? I haven't had Greek in like 10 years, approximately. Not that I ever had legitimate Greek, but we had the, was it Opa, I think? Was, really big on the West Coast. And that was very, very tasty. Big fan. It was fast food, but like, it felt like you were eating healthy, and I appreciated that. And it was also just really freaking good. Like, man. Do I need my... I just got bamboozled. Like, I just got double bamboozled. I was about to be like, man. My dad took out my trash the other day, and he left my trash can in a very strange spot, so I just, like, looked around to turn my fan on, and out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw this, like, you know, out of focus, dark blob looking thing, and I was like, oh, Squeaker. It was just the trash can. But then because I was like, oh, that's not Squeak. Oops. I immediately looked at my bed. She's in there. I'm sorry, Squeak. You're not a trash can. I mean, not completely. I love you. Have a good nap. Anyway. It was horrible. It's been happening so much lately. Like, I think I had a shirt or something on my floor, and I was like, oh, Squeak? No, never mind. I'm getting bamboozled all over the place. This freaking cat. I keep thinking she's there, and then she's not, and then when she is there, I'm like, huh? Anyway. Let's just jump in, shall we? I didn't play any Chaos Head because, see, it took a really long, like, I downloaded it, and I think if it hadn't downloaded so slow, I probably would have immediately, because I was so ready. But then, me being who I am, I noticed that a game that had been recommended to me, was also on sale, and I grabbed that, so I've been playing that. I've been playing, the first Trails game, very old JRPG, but it's very story-based, and I've been really liking it. So, that's been my silly little game of the week. I wasn't really sure if I'd like it or not, because you never really know what you're gonna get into when you're playing, like, old JRPGs. I think it's from, like, 2003. But, the combat's fun, and, the story's been really good so far, so it's been very chill. I played a little bit of it while I was waiting for my food to cook. So, yeah, Chaos Head is, I mean, depending on how long this takes me, we'll see. Because I've been talking about it, but it's very different from the... Oh! Oh, why would you say that? Oh! Oh! Oh, I think I just took psychic damage and physic damage and just every damage possible. Oh, I need to lay down. You really just killed both me and Sam in one fell swoop. I hate that. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's cursed. I don't like that one bit. But man, what I was gonna say is it's I'm used to grinding the heck out of JRPGs, but Trails, basically you'll hit a point where all of a sudden it'll be like you're doing a battle and you're getting 5 XP or 1 XP. So it's like, huh? So I looked it up because I was very confused. I was like, I was getting like 20 XP, like that was a normal amount. And then people on the forums were like, yeah, the devs, they don't want you to grind. They want you to like progress with the story. The combat is more so just there as a way to keep the story going. And the story is just like the bigger focus. So they're like, if you get less than 10 XP from enemies, just ignore them and keep moving on. Like, just do your little side quests and then keep doing main story stuff, which was very strange to my brain at first, but now I'm like, now I'm catching on. It's very chill, so playing the story, what a concept. I know, right? But you know how it is in JRPGs. I'll hit every battle so I can get buff as possible, but the game's like, no, it's not worth it. So I'm like, all right, you're teaching me. I've learned. It's not like it's not randomized battles, so it's like you can see all the enemies. So if you do get to that point where they aren't giving you XP, you can just run around them really easily. So yeah, it's been chill. I fear for my life though, because I'm liking it so far, and there's like 12 games in the series. And they're all connected. It's not like Final Fantasy where you could just play wherever. Like, they all have, like, they're all part of, like, the same narrative. Like, they just have, like, different arcs that involve different characters and stuff. How have I never heard of this? Though listen, I got you, fam. I knew about Trails, but I was like, you know, there's so many JRPGs out there that I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's hard to keep track. So they were like in my mind, but I was like, I have so many to play. But it's finally my time, and so far so good. So I've been very much enjoying it. But today is actually I'm gonna freaking sit back. It's Chaos Child time. I've been having my nice little wholesome story. It's it's time for messed up shit. Let's go. Oh good, there's 20 people. Excellent. She scrolled down the page and a new picture appeared.
Huh? 待ってください。その子。
I will definitely let you know when I like finish the game though, and if I still approve. But they're all, I don't know if they still were, but like I got it on Steam because they were all on sale. They're was it Nihon Falcon games, I think is what they are. It's the same, they're the same or they're like company that makes the Ys games, which is like another, I guess, niche-ish JRPG, but I played them because I got is it Lacra, the Donna game or whatever that was on Switch that was really fun. Lacrimosa of Donna, I think is what it was. It looks like Dana, but I swear it's Donna. I've seen some of these. Yeah, they're it's not the same combat whatsoever. Like, it is turn-based, but it's made by the same company, so it's yeah, I think Falcom is which, gonna say, as someone who likes Ys, and as someone who has learned so far liking Trails, they're winning me over. So, what are all of those freaking? I'm sure that's fine. All the stuff they're circling. I'm sure that's great. Oh, she was born in 2001! Oh, she's almost 20. I hate that you've given... Oh wait, no, she is! Oh, she's over 20, I lied! I'm crying. I hate this cursed knowledge. I don't want... In hindsight, it's very obvious given what year it is, but like, I still... I'm gonna be distraught about that for a while.
この子ももともと実験に使われた被験者だったようだな。
If we could learn about her today, though, that would be kind of cool. I still don't think we're gonna get the phone back, but, you know. The shattering revelation was presented to us as a mere matter of fact, as if it was the most ordinary thing imaginable. She's probably dead by today and didn't get to be all- You know! Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. I think, yeah. Saying that she's probably 20 is probably, that's probably too kind, considering this game. Lord help them. Lord help them. Sarika covered her hand with her mouth and our eyes went wide. Then she had suffered the same fate as Senri. Oh yeah, freaking, that's who we learned about last time. Minamisawa. Freaking Kurusu's friend. Who I don't think they put that together yet. I don't think they just remember that they saw her.
生き残った。今はこのフロアで収容者たちの世話をする仕事を与えられているらしい。
Oh, that would be interesting. I don't know. That would be cool. God, could you imagine? She's just been there the whole time, but no one knew and under a different name. I'd feel kind of sad for Haruki though, cause like, I know she doesn't speak and stuff, but I still love her. Red coming in with a hydrate, thank you. Okay, I'll even get my actual water bottle for you. It Crimus! True!
収容者たちの世話
My brain was like, caring for patients in this economy? At this place? I thought she was a criminal who stole my smartphone and threatened me. Bro's just slightly dramatic. And what's more, I thought she was either connected with the killer, or maybe she was the killer herself. Children in this do too much? I mean, she's creepy, 100%. But I don't think I ever thought she was the killer. Like, that's... eh. Okay, I can't get the top back on. I gotta remember, don't spill that. But now I wasn't sure.
いや、ダメだ。見かけや生い立ちに騙されちゃダメだ。あの状況だと、僕のスマホを拾えたのは彼女だけなんだ。それに、ここでの実験の被験者ということは、何らかの、その、能力者の可能性だってある。
It does point at the Christmas hat. That's even better. I regret nothing. That was a good 10 minutes distraction. Completely worth.
解約したはずのスマホから電話してくれなんてゲート。そういう能力でもない限り不可能じゃないか。
He's ready for the month. He's ready for the season. I was gonna say, I still find it worrying that they did get a call? I was gonna say, unless it was a delusion, but then again, it was Ito's phone, and everyone heard it. We'll see. As my mind raced, Kunisada was checking out every bit of data on the machine. But...
実験の結果、ディソードの発言は全被験者の 0.01% に満たず失敗と断定。別の技術を模索すべきと結論。やっぱりか。バカな科学者どもが。
I don't know! She said that and I was like, that sounds like something literally from a JRPG. I was like, are we in Dragon Quest all of a sudden? Kunisada sounded uncharacteristically ticked off as she closed all the folders and turned off the PC. I was just gonna roll with it, but that was literally my first thought.
ディソード
Strange words snapped me out of my reverie. It seemed that was what she was looking for. I looked at her hoping for some kind of answer, but she just glared back at me with terrifying eyes.
そろそろ時間的に限界だ。出るぞ。これ以上ここにいれば発見される。
でも僕たちの目的がまだ。
I feel like we stayed here a real long time. I'm surprised no one did find us.
お前たちは計画がずさんすぎる。この施設内の構造すら知らないのだろう。
Ma'am, when I tell you, I don't think we really had a plan. We were looking for a cell phone. A lot happened. She was right. I'd snuck in here as a child, but that was all. I didn't remember the details.
そんなことでは探したところで無駄だ。
She was right, damn it. But there must be some way. I looked around the room and saw the rows of monitors. If they were on, they could at least tell us what was going on around the facility. Maybe they could tell us where Uki Yamazoe was.
どうした宮代。このモニターの電源がないか探してるんだよ。
Man.
こいつが使えれば、あるいは。
You remember what freaking happened to Ito last time? That poor man.
無駄だ。そもそも その監視システム自体動いているのかも。
Really got thrown in with that dead body. Feels bad. I'm sure he won't have nightmares. Suddenly the room was bathed in pale light. All the monitors on the wall turned on. All we could do was gasp. What we thought were security cameras were showing. Oh good! Hundreds of sumo stickers. Great. I almost screamed, I was so surprised. Inside the monitors on the walls was face after sumo sticker face, all looking at me. I am just waiting that one of these times that we get hit with, like, all of the sumo stickers, that all of them are just gonna have their third eyes open. And it's gonna be horrifying. What was this? What was going on? You know, in hindsight, maybe it's the negative delusion here. I can imagine that. Where am I?
おいおい、勝手に寝るんじゃない。
Oh no. What's gonna happen to him this time? Oh, right, because he had that other delusion and oh no. The last time he thought their brains were being cut out. This can't be good. Kunosato. Huh? I was back in the chair. Was this a dream? Which was the dream? Was I dreaming of being in this chair? Or had I been dreaming of being in the monitor room? I don't like that! I don't like that one bit. My head felt really cold. Oh, that's right. They'd opened my skull.
お前はなかなかいい脳みそをしているな。
Did I?
ピンク色でシワが多くて、とても美味しそうだ。
No way this man has a wrinkled brain.
それは喜んでいいんですか？
もちろんだ。さて、それじゃあそろそろいただくとするか。
Kunosato grinned with glee and took something metallic out of her pocket. A spoon?
人間の脳は
Don't tell me she's gonna eat the
こうして生きたま
brain!
ま食べるのがうまいんだ。
Oh no. Huh? Who knew?
では、失礼して。
You know, this has gotta be the delusion, because I don't think she's gonna eat a brain. But I don't like the fact that he can't tell the difference anymore. Because now I feel like I can't tell the difference. She was eating it. Kunosato was eating my brain.
ダメだ、止まらない。
The hell do they put in them sumo stickers, man? The noises are terrible. Somewhere Hannibal is happy.
食べられるってこんなに気持ちがいいんだ。
Stop slurping it! Stop it! Actually, yeah, true. Hannibal does have better table manners. You're right. You're right. He would be disgusted at their manners. He would only approve of the brain. Actually, no, not even, because he would want to cook it. You know, it just occurred to me we didn't even get a choice for this one. That's also alarming. I'm so sorry, Sam. Like... Like, I just noticed you don't even get the option for delusions there. It just picks that one. Again. I had another weird delusion. You know, that's an understatement of the year. Also, hi CD, I love you! Hello! I quickly shook my head and slapped my cheeks to snap me out of it. A little late, bruh. How could you say such a thing? He has his popcorn and he is enjoying it.
気色悪い
Serica and Ito looked unhappy. Concern? It was because of the sumo stickers displayed on the monitors. Yeah, that's the normal reaction. I looked at the monitors once more, trying my best to avoid the sumo stickers.
あれはこの病院の中じゃない
Some of the monitors were showing the inside of the hospital, but some were looking somewhere else. Street corners on Shibuya, signs, under bridges, alleyways, overpasses, train stations, staircases, store walls. I think that would be accurate, yeah. I think they're just regular gamers, you know? Which, good for them! That means that they probably were not tortured as kids. Or whenever this man, because I'm assuming, because didn't they talk about that last time? It was like they did the experiments, like that girl that we keep seeing, and it was like that one group of experiments is the one that reacts badly. And then I realized, unless I'm misremembering, all of the monitors with sumo stickers.
病院の外の監視カメラだけじゃないか
Interesting. Some of them I knew.
あそこは
That was the spot where Kurusu had been attacked. Of course, there were sumo stickers there.
なるほどな。探していたということか。
Either experiments or exposure to what made the earthquake happen? Yeah.
探していた
I love messed up shit!
さっきのファイルに書いてあっただろう。特殊な事象変異を引き起こす人間は11番目のこの画像に反応を示すと。
Oh yeah, she's talking about it right now, kind of. Kunosada pointed to the corner of one of the monitors. So now I'm wondering, because she literally just said that, does that mean that whoever stabbed Kurusu probably, potentially, could have seen all the sumo stickers there and just freaked out because they had a delusion? I quickly looked away before I got a direct look at the sumo sticker. In other words, whoever was using this place put up the 11th... Ah, yes, my favorite word. Rorschach? I don't freaking know, man. The thing, they put the stickers all over Shibuya and used these cameras to find people who reacted to it. Oh yeah, that's true, it was the basement dweller. Although, it does sound... Oh yeah, pipe chess! I forgot! How could I forget? Kind of iconic, really. Rorschach? You know, that makes sense. I'm bad with words. Although it does sound like they're literally keeping an eye on, whoever will react to stuff. I mean, I'm American adjacent, kind of. Is Icky even saying that? Stinky. Then they took them here and did those horrible experiments. Oh no, not again. Every time the screen goes red, I have fear. I remembered what I'd seen happen to Senri Minamisawa and felt like I was going to throw up. And then Kunosada made a sharp noise. She put her hand on one of the monitors to brush away the dust and stared at it. It showed something moving around a dark room. There was no sumo sticker there. It wasn't an image of Shibuya, or of the hospital above, so it was probably something... It was probably showing one of the rooms down here. It was definitely the girl. On the screen. She was saying something to an old person lying in a bed, and gently wrapping belts around their arms and legs. Oh.
急げ。もうじき警備が回ってくる時間だ。
That girl was my only clue as to where my smartphone was. Which meant that we had to find the room on the monitor. Kunosado suddenly told me that she knew where it was. She'd been so uncooperative so far, I had no idea why she suddenly decided to help. Probably because she just wants to go see what's happening. But when she saw the girl, she suddenly said that she'd go with us. Of course, I knew her well enough by now. She wasn't helping us. She'd simply taken an interest in that girl. At least, that's how I saw it. You know, I'm realizing that last week we did in fact make the right call. Cause, yeah, this is still going, Lord help us. As we moved down the dim hallway, the temperature dropped and the humidity went up.
ここだ。
She stopped in front of a door with strange words on the plate. Confinement room 3. Oh, good. Kunosada opened the door a little, taking care to make as little noise as possible. See? Yeah? I'm pretty sure I would have gave up on the phone when they had to hide in the morgue. But, let's be real. He keeps talking about the phone, but the second that secret door opened, he just wanted to go. He just wanted to see. He keeps saying the phone, but like, bro just wants to figure out what's happening. And there I saw a world that I'd only ever seen in movies. There were rows of beds in the rooms. And there were what appeared to be prisoners lying on them. They had different ages and sexes. Some were old, some seemed young. And one of them I recognized. It was the old lady that the girl had been walking with before. Me too! Me too, man. I get that.
21398571998357.
Cool. Same. Some were screaming, some were counting numbers endlessly. One was a girl who was endlessly chewing her food. It seemed unreal. I remember the woman with the baby carriage I'd passed before and felt cold sweat forming on my palms.
ここは
強度の OCSD 視床下部損傷による過食およびチューイング大脳半球損傷による反則空間無視障害全員脳をいじられてる
I'm sorry, what is that? What? Obsessive compulsive... Okay. I forgot. I was like, what is the S? But I did... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, fair and valid. The S threw me off, because I always forget about that being there.
じゃあここの人たちはみんな
そう簡単に処分することもできずここで飼い殺してる
For a moment, the tone of her voice changed. It felt like there was a pale flame burning somewhere deep within her voice. It was a pale flame of rage, which seemed cold at first glance, but was in fact incredibly hot.
タク
Sarika tugged at my sleeve and whispered. She pointed at a bed in the back with her other hand. I could see something moving past what looked like a curtain.
ごめんなさい。ちょっと窮屈だけど我慢してください。起きたらまたお散歩に行きましょうね。はい、今行きます。待っててください。
Why is this girl looking after all of these people? And they had to make sure they were accurate, Sam. Someone appeared from within the curtain.
いた。あの子だ。
The girl in the file, Yuki Yamazoe, didn't seem to notice us. She moved around from one patient to another, doing her best to take care of them.
よかった。彼女はまだちゃんと正気を保ってるようだ。
I could hear Kunosada whisper.
彼女からどうやってスマホを返してもらえ
Oh
ば
my
いいでしょう
god, Takaru, this is not the time! Shut up!
聞いてくれるかどうか。
We have bigger fish to
もし警報でも鳴らさ
fry!
れたら
私はあの子をここから連れ出す。スマホの話なんて言うのはその後でいくらでも聞け。
Like, why is she here? Like, looking after patients like that would be rough on anyone, but why is a child doing it?
Eh?
I'm so confused. It took me a moment to figure out what she was saying. But by the time I did, she'd flung open the door to the room and leapt inside. Yuki Yamazoe's eyes went wide at the sudden intruder. Kunosada grabbed her hand.
誰ですか？
We're about to kidnap a child. I think. All the patients started to scream, afraid of the sudden commotion.
皆さん落ち着いてください。大丈夫ですから。
Yamazoe looked around the room and tried her best to calm the people there, even as Kunosada held onto her arm.
いいから来い。警備に気づかれる。早くしろ。
What is happening?
だからあなたは誰ですか？一体何ですか？
お前をここから解放してやる。
そんな嫌です。やめてください。
The girl named Yuki Yamazoe went pale and tried to free herself from Kunosada's grip. She was completely in a panic. Kunosada must have decided that there was nothing to be gained by talking, because she quickly moved around behind her and put her arm on the girl's carotid artery. Carotid artery? Then she applied a very light pressure. Oh good! Okay! Are we knocking her out? She moaned for just an instant, then she slumped backward into Kunosada's arms. She seemed to have passed out. Now we're really kidnapping a child! Let's go! I'm sure this is fine.
おい、
はい。
タイムリミットだ。はぐれたら置い
I
てい
mean,
く。
this place sure seems terrible, but also, she seems like she wants to be there. So many questions.
ここの連中みたいになりたくなければついてこい。
She put the unconscious girl on her back and then ran outside the room without bothering to wait for us. I was stunned at her speed, but there was no time for hesitating.
尾上、いた。
Also, why does Kunosada care about this girl? Unless she just doesn't want to see someone else get experimented on. Oh. I motioned to Serika and Ito and ran into the hallway. We followed after Kunosato as fast as we could. Just like she said, if we got lost here, we'd be caught for sure, and who knew what would happen to us then. I didn't know who was doing these experiments or why, but their victims were suffering horrible fates. As I ran, it felt as if their screams of rage were following me. I don't know if I'd call those screams of rage.
もうダメだ。走れねえ。
We followed Kunosato as fast as we could, and then made it outside the hospital via a different route than before. Kunosato was sweating like a racehorse, and her breathing was heavy, but she never let her guard down for a second. Instead, she seemed to be looking around intently. We were at the back of the hospital. This seemed like the exit, where they moved corpses from the morgue to the hearse. For that reason, there was a fence surrounding us that kept us hidden. Kunosato had evidently taken this fence into account in her escape plans from the start.
これからどうするんですか?
I was too out of breath to speak, so Serika spoke for me.
地下施設はもう大騒ぎになってるはずだ。ここも間もなく見つかる。死にたくなければ足を動かせ。行くぞ。
We were almost at the rear gate to the hospital. She started to run toward it. We followed her with the last of our strength. These kids are complaining, and it's like, bro, she's freaking doing all this running and carrying another person? Kunosato's crazy. There was a guard station there, but inside there were only 2 men asleep, heads pointed at the ceiling.
それほど長い効き目の薬は使ってない。急がないと目を覚ます。
God damn. I frantically made my way through the guard station and finally got past the hospital's outer walls. She had it all planned. We ran a little longer and found a van parked in the secluded spot.
何よみおちゃん、ずいぶん賑やかじゃない?
Okay. A broad-shouldered woman looked at us from the driver's seat. It was hard to tell how old she was. Her attitude and bearing made her look like an older person, but the mischievous grin on her face made her seem younger. So she's just been waiting. Okay, interesting. The plot thickens.
で、必要なことはつかめた?
ええ。あれだけの犠牲者を出しながら、例の実験では結局、理論を完成させることができなかったようです。
そう。
ディソードの発言にも確実性はなく、ギガロマニアックス実験は失敗だったとは。
まあ、予想した通りよね。
I was not expecting Mimose to just be out in like the getaway car. Maybe I should have, but like.
気軽だって
And what was a D sword? Didn't she say something about that in the monitoring room?
ただ、重要な情報源を見つけました。
Kunosato opened the rear door and laid Yuki Yamazoe on the back seat.
その子が?
多分、実験の生き残り方は保護。
え、それは。まあいいわ。しばらくうちで預かっとく。
So, she thinks she's a survivor. I guess that would explain why she was there. But still not so much about why she was happy to be there, or at least seemed content being there.
頼みます。
Although then again, what is it, like Stockholm syndrome? I can't speak. Bleh. But isn't that the one where it's like you're happy with your captor or whatever type thing? That could be overthinking it. But then again, who knows with this game? Kunosato hadn't even dropped her attitude for Detective Shinjo, but now she was being polite. Just who was this woman?
で、そっちの子たちはお友達じゃないわよね。
こっちは使えるかどうか後ほど判断します。私の家まで送っていただければ。
You know, I don't know if I trust that that'll be the last time we break into a hospital. I would hope, but considering all of the shady shit down there, I don't know about that. She seemed to be referring to us. What did she mean by good? She was as arrogant as ever, and like usual, she was pissing me off.
了解。とにかくみんな乗りなさい。早く。
Yes, can we please get out of here? Her voice got a little sharper as she pointed to the middle seat in the back of the van. We could hear what sounded like a lot of yelling from the direction of the hospital. We quickly jumped inside and closed the door. Kunosato got in the front passenger seat. The van quietly and started quietly and headed off into the night. And I gotta slow down and remember how to read again. I read too fast and words don't come out right.
ここだ。入れ。何をぼさっとしている。さっさとしろ。
お邪魔します。
It's your podcast setup. Let's go.
人の家の中をじろじろ無遠慮に見るものじゃない。
家ってもしかしてここが久野里さんの？
そうだ。何か問題でもあるのか？
いや、だって。
She's a nice collection of water bottles. The outside wasn't much better, but looking inside, it was hard to believe that there were still apartments this dumpy in Shibuya. Same was true of everything else in the room. Everything in the apartment was the cheapest kind you could buy. The only thing that was worth anything was the computer.
Huh?
Is this how he realizes that she's Rei?
どうした宮下。
I pushed Ito out of the way and ran over to the computer. The monitor was still on. And the page there was one I'd seen many times. Shibuya News. And it wasn't the display version of the page that we'd seen so many times. The page was in the process of being edited.
嘘。もしかしてケイさん？
Oh, it's Kit, right, in my brain. He finally knows! So that was it? I thought I'd heard her voice somewhere before. Her voice was just too different from the gentle K that we were so used to hearing. What a reveal! But that voice was without a doubt K's.
嘘マジ ?K さんってあの K さん渋谷ニュースの
I mean, Ito's surprised! Ito was pretty excited too, it seemed. Bless him. He's a good boy. Kay was someone we both admired. She was the ultimate right-sider. Since even I admitted it, she had to be at the top of her class. I never thought I'd be able to meet her like this, though. But I can't say I'd ever imagined Kay having a weird personality like this. Kunosato, the girl who'd been insulting us the whole evening, was the same person as the gentle Kay that we knew from Shibuya News. Which was the real one? I didn't know. And why had Kay brought us to her room? I thought I'd remember her saying that she'd decide if she could use us later. I looked over and saw something strange in the corner of the room. The best way to describe it would be to call it a sword. I mean, yes, that is definitely a sword. But I wasn't sure if most people who saw it would think that. Its design was complicated and frankly unrealistic. For some reason, looking at it made me feel uneasy. It made me feel really bad, actually. What was that? If someone told me it was for cosplay, I'd probably believe them. If nothing else, it didn't match the image I had in the person in front of me. Not the Kay I knew from Shibuya News. If people accept Keyblades, then I'm like, what else would this be? Or the Kunosato who'd been swearing at me the whole night. Bro's just a little dramatic. Did she maybe have a third identity? Maybe she was a famous cosplayer. Or maybe she was a toy artisan who made life-size weapons. Maybe she was an otaku who collected swords like this. Maybe that's why she wants the D sword. Either way, it felt like a bad idea to mention it. Best to just ignore it. Best to pretend I never saw it. Never seen a sword before in my life. Anyway, it seemed like Kunosato knew something. What was she thinking? Why was she holding out? Was she enjoying seeing us confused? Did she enjoy knowing things that we didn't? Was she trying to assume a bigger role in the story? Why did characters like this always act so arrogant when you saw them in movies and novels? Who the hell do you think you are? Fucking Gurren Lagann. Just give us the damn information already. That's the whole point of your character, right? Getting too meta. Are you trying to draw out the mysteries so you get more screen time? You're just a side character, so know your damn role. There was no way I could say that. So I just had to wait for her to start talking.
それよりお前。
え？
お前だ、宮代拓。いちいち聞き返すな。
はい。なんでしょう。
Crap, she was really scary. Was the Kay that I'd loved only an image I'd created for myself? And was this girl who she really was? Kunosato stood by the wall and glared at me, oblivious to how I felt.
お前は何の能力者だ？
Ooh! Can't believe his power is delusion.
Huh?
Now we're getting somewhere, let's go! It was so sudden that I didn't know what I'd been asked. Power? Who? Me?
さっき言ったろ。あの地下施設は今厳重に封鎖されている。ど素人がそんな簡単に入り込めるような場所じゃない。
So either that or his freaking powers opening doors. That'd be kind of a lame one.
それはたまたまですよ。
Would it be accurate to what's been
偶然とか重なっ
happening?
てうまく入れただけです。
隠すな。お前はそれを能力でやってのけたんだ。
だから違います。
監視モニターがいきなり起動したのだってそうだ。
What was she talking about? I didn't have any kind of powers. And wait, Kay, I respected you. So try not to disappoint me so much.
大体何を根拠にそんなことは。
Bro is so smart, but he forgot about parasocial relationships. You hate to see it.
地下施設にお前たちが潜入しているのを見つけたときにな。お前かそっちの彼か、どちらかが能力者じゃないかと疑った。
Kunosato pointed at me and Ito in turn.
俺もすか？
Well, we know it's not him.
あ
He's just a good boy.
あ、だがお前の方はその後何の反応も示さなかったからな。除外した。
反応？
11番目のロールシャッハ画像を見た時の反応だよ。
You know, that's a good question, actually, Mips. I have no idea. I feel like I only knew about it, like, the past few years, like, recently, whenever streaming became a thing. Like, streaming and YouTubers, I guess. I don't know if it... I assume it was a thing before that, but I'm not actually sure. Kunosada's deep, dark eyes were peering into me. Because I was gonna say, I would assume that before it was like streamers and YouTubers, it would have been with celebrities. So, I'm sure the term was around for a while before that. I think I just never really knew about it.
だが宮代拓、あの画像を見た時お前は激しく動揺した。
Did he ever?
いや、だってあんな気色悪い絵ですよ。当たり前じゃないですか。
お前のは
The backpedal.
そういう反応とは全く違う。あの画像を見た時にどう感じた？思い出してみろ。
The feeling I'd experienced when I'd seen the sumo sticker image came back to me. When I looked at it, all the hairs on my body stood on end, and I was attacked by nightmarish delusions from which there was no escape. It was so scary I couldn't help but look away from it.
じゃあ身の潔白を証明するためにもう一度見てみるか？あの画像を。
Oh yeah, I mean, I think whatever, like, parasocial relationships would have happened with, like, celebrities have just gone, like, an insane amount. Like I think it's just gone, like, over 100, you know? Because of, like, what you said. How the connection with the YouTube and Twitch and stuff makes it more personal, so I feel like whatever it was before, it's just gotten like 10 times worse, which is probably why we know about it now. Because I imagine before it was like probably a big deal, because I assume there was like, you know, there's always people that like hang out around like the hotels and homes and stuff like that to like get pictures and whatnot, or would like go to events and meet them that way, or like watch all their interviews and everything, and you'd get the parasocial relationship, you know, watch every interview, be like, oh, I know them so well, but they know absolutely nothing in return. And now it's just like definitely had a big evolution the past few years. Kunosada turned toward her computer and opened up a folder. She watched my face carefully as she moved to click on an image inside the folder.
嫌です。やめてください。
I slowly sank to the floor and sat down, sweat pouring from my body. I looked away from the computer. I didn't have the courage to look at the image right now.
いい加減にしてください。
Serica interrupted with a yell. It was the first time in ages I'd heard her yell. She mad about it. I looked up to see her standing between me and Kunosada with her hands on her hips. Oh, that's how you know it's serious.
一体何なんですか？特に超能力ってそんなアニメや漫画みたいな話真面目にしてどうかしてますよ。
No one tell her. But also don't ever watch the Chaos Child anime. Apparently it's really bad. Don't. It doesn't exist. Don't. Shh. Just don't. Just trust me.
何？
It's not real and it can't hurt you. Can't hurt any of us.
タクは人が殺された場所とかでいっぱいあのシールを見てきてるんです。気持ちが悪くなるの当たり前じゃないですか。私だってラブホの時のことを思い出して吐いちゃいそうになることありますけど。
You know, Serica has a really good point, except for the fact that this entire game we just assumed he had powers. But she does make a really good point. I love that for her.
そんなくったらないことが証拠だって言うなら、私にだって超能力があるってことになりますよね。
いや、お前は違う。
なんでですか？
Serica pushed harder. When she thought I was in trouble, sometimes she would turn into a totally different person. She would try to protect me in a different way than Kurusu. It made me happy, and it made me feel better, but...
おのえ、ありがとう。けど、ちょっとだけ抑えてくれ。
でも。
いいから、本当にサンキューな。
There was no way I had any kind of psychic power. But I'd already suspected that powers like that were involved in this case somehow. So I wanted to hear what Kunosato had to say. Bro is in so much denial. Kunosato looked at me for a moment, questioningly, and then sighed. Then she took out her phone and made a call. The person on the phone didn't seem very happy about it, but they eventually gave her their approval. She nodded and hung up the phone, then spoke.
また出かけるぞ。まあ、今度は命の危険はないだろう。安心するがいい。
Also, where is the girl, by the way? Did she go with Momose?
こんな時間によう来たの。まだ閉店時間までは間があるゆえ、ゆるりと過ご
The
してい
real
くがよ
main
い。
character of the game, she's back. Kunosato took me to Cafe LAX. Cafe Lax. Screams. We were taken to the big table by the window. Come to think of it, I'd just been here a while ago. Last time it was to listen in on a conversation between Hine Arimura and Shinjo. While I was thinking about that, the person Kunosato had called walked into the cafe. They seemed upset.
Huh?
Why do I feel like it's Kurusu? When I looked up and saw who was there, I gasped.
こんな時間によう来たの。ゆるりと過ごしてゆくがよい。
Oh, it's Arimura, never mind.
用が済んだらすぐに帰りますから。
Concern? Are we gonna finally get to know what her power is? I wanna know.
遅かったな。
私にだって準備くらいあるんです。
Hine Arimura? It was the girl I was just thinking about.
あれ？ひなちゃんだ。
I think lie detector is correct too. I just want I want it to be confirmed, you know.
どうも。これってどういうことっすかね、先輩方。
Oh, I wonder if she's gonna use her power on them. That'd be pretty
知
funny.
らねえっ
That'd be
て
cool.
俺に聞かないでくれ。
True. What was she inviting Hine here for?
っていうか。
Either way, anytime she's involved, something interesting will happen, so...
久野里さん、
Suspicious.
便利に使って巻き込むのはやめてほしいって言いましたよね。
It's definitely... It is so lie detector.
互いに情報の提供をする。
Absolutely.
そういう約束だろ。
そっちばっかり私を利用してるくせに。
いいから座れ。
Arimura sighed, glanced at us, and sat down with a frown on her face. There was an awkward moment after we ordered our drinks when no one spoke.
それで、何なんです？
Once our drinks arrived, Arimura, of course, was the first one to speak up.
口で説明するよりも見せた方が早いと思ってな。
まさか話したんですか？
利用価値がありそうだと判断した。
ほんと勘弁してほしいんですけど。
From the way they were talking, Arimura must have known about these powers as well. And
つべこべ言わずに見せてやる。
a rare Takaru in this economy? Pog? Show them? Wait, she couldn't mean.
嫌ですよ、めんどくさい。
宮代拓が能力者かどうか確証を得たい。
いや、だからですね。僕はそんな。
Hi, puppy.
間違いなく能力者ですよ。
Arimura spoke as if it was the most normal thing in the world.
有村。
おい、本当か宮代。
信じられないよ。
だから僕は知らないって。
ふん、なるほどね。知らないというのは本当みたいです。無自覚なんですね。
無自覚も何も、有村はなんでそんなこと言い切れるんだよ。
あれ、思い当たる節ありませんか？
そんなのあるわけ。
If I had that power, I would have used it for something.
でも自分がこうなってほしいと思ったところでいつも特別なことが起きたりしたでしょ。例えば例のラブホテルに先輩が潜入した時、あの時部屋には確かに鍵がかかっていたんですよ。なのに先輩はどうやって入ってきたんです？
嘘だ。鍵は開いてた。
いいえ、閉まってました。けどいきなり開いたんです。だよね、セリ。
Sarika hesitated for a moment and looked at me.
確かにガチャって。
尾上。
ほら、それが宮代先輩の能力です。
My power? No way.
おそらく望んだように物体を動かす能力、
Molly
い
is
わゆるテレ
beating
キネ
up
シ
her
ス、
little pillow.
あるいはサイコキネシスか。それを持っている。
Okay, so they're just calling it the ability to cause things to move. Not the ability to open doors. I was gonna be like, that's a pretty dumb ability. But then again, it'd be pretty useful. It has been useful so far. Psychokinesis.
病院の地下施設にあんな簡単に侵入できたのもそのおかげだ。
本当かよ。
Ito was looking at me in shock.
いや、待ってくれ。違う。
Sure, when I'd gone into the psych ward in the underground lab, a lot of coincidences had happened all at once. Bruh, that sentence right there, you're in such denial, please. Doors that would normally be locked weren't. When I'd gone down to the underground facility from the autopsy room, something had gotten stuck, and I'd been able to open the secret door. But
そんな特殊な能力なんて本当にあるわけ。
でもさ、宮代言ってたよな。今回の事件の鍵かもしれないって。
それはそうだけど。
they exist when it has to do with the quest, or with the... not the quest. with the case, but they do not exist when it has to do with him, of course. Understandable, honestly. Sure, I'd been saying it just a little while ago, but only after being told that I was a psychic did I understand. I hadn't actually really believed it. When I'd said it aloud, I'd acted like it was some brilliant theory, But in my mind, I'd still been treating it as fiction. I mean, you know, right? How could I have something so crazy?
先輩、今から言う質問に全ていいえで答えてください。
は？なんだよいきなり。
いいから答えてください。いいですね。
I think I know what she's about to do.
あ、はい。
Smart. I nodded since it didn't seem like it was going to be given a chance to disagree.
自分のクラスの人間はバカばっかりだと思っている。
What are you doing back there? Get out of there! Oi! Get out of there! How the heck? Hold on. Molly is like stuck. Where are you? Oh my god. She was like behind my bed. She's never gone back there before. Got my eye on you, you stupid little dog. I love you, but if you go back there again, I swear.
いいえ。
でも本当はその輪の中に入りたいと思っている。
At first I thought she had like gone under my bed and I was like, how? But I think she just like went completely around.
いいえ。
Which she has definitely never done
一人で
before.
カラオケに行ったことがある。
いいえ。
一人でカラオケに行ったけれど一曲も歌ってはいない。
いいえ。
クルス先輩と一緒に暮らしていた時、クルス先輩のお風呂を覗いちゃったことがある。
いいえ。
Pro looks pissed.
なるほど、わかりました。
Arimura nodded and smiled.
わかったって何が？
まず最初の質問。宮代先輩はみんなバカばっかりだと思ってますね。
そんなことは。
それから次。そうは言っても本当は寂しくてみんなの輪の中に入りたいとそう思ってます。
違う。僕は何の生産性もない会話になんて。
カラオケに一人で行きましたね。
How does she know he peeked in on Karusu? That's probably just that was probably just like a throwaway. Yeah, reading him for filth just to see. That's probably just her being herself and curious. Cause look at her face, you freaking know. She would want to know.
それは新聞部の取材で言っただけだ。でも歌っては。
She would tease him about it forever.
それは嘘です。
え？
本当は歌いました。
Wait, he sung?
歌ってない。
一曲だけですか？
He sang one song while he was
だから
waiting?
歌ってないってば。
な
It's
る
kinda
ほど。
cute.
一曲だけ歌ったんですね。
おい宮代、本当か？お前あれだけ歌ってないって否定してたよな。
Arimura, how do you know this stuff? It seemed like a waste, so I did one song.
最後にお風呂でクルス先輩を。
もういい、やめろ。
タク。
gonna kill him. Serica pushed down on her Garo Froggy strap and made a noise like a you lose buzzer on a game show. Is this a TV variety show or something?
違うんだ。あれはユードがいたずらして、今なら誰も入ってないって言うからドアを開けたら、それに慌てて目をつぶったから何も見てない。本当だぞ。
Do you have any idea what the hell I went through after that? Just remembering it terrified me. Wait, no.
それが一体何だって言うんだ。
わかりませんか？今のが私の能力です。
え？
他人の口にした言葉が嘘か真実かわかる。それが私の能力なんです。
She could tell if someone was lying? And then I finally realized the way Arimura had acted and the things she'd said.
言葉に出してもらってもいいですか？
Was that what that was about?
彼
It
女
sure
の言っ
was.
てること本当かな？
いや、ホットリーディングやコールドリーディングって可能性もあるし。
ホットリーディング？
つまり事前に調査してって後で自分で調べろ。
ああ、もういい。面倒だ。
Kunosato looked annoyed and bored as she watched our conversation.
あれを見せてやれ。それが一番早い。
Wait, there's
あ
something
れ
that
です
she
か？
can show?
こんなところで？
多分、宮代以外には見えないはずだ。
そうかもしれません。けど。
Arimura looked towards the ground. Show me something. Wait, what is she gonna show me? Is it the third eye? She nodded reluctantly and then suddenly stood up in front of me.
宮代先輩。
何？
よく見ててください。
And then she lifted up her skirt. Excuse me? No, that's not what happened. What are you going to show me? I almost asked, but then I stopped. Suddenly, she stretched her right hand out to the side. She inhaled slowly, and then she seemed to draw something out of the air. As I sat there astonished, she pulled something impossible out of empty air. It was warped yet elegant. Excuse me? Ugly yet fascinating. It was inorganic and organic at the same time. It was as if it contained every shape in the world. It was a... Wasn't this the same thing Kunosato had at her apartment? The shape was different, but it had the same terrible feeling to it. But Arimura had just pulled it out of thin air.
どうやったんだ？
Arimura looked unhappy as she saw my shock.
やっぱり見えるんですね。
So no one else could see that?
何の話？タク。
剣ってなんだよ？
見えないのか？二人とも。
Serica and Ito both shook their heads.
そんなバカな。
Ma'am, why do you have a sword? It was huge, how could they not see it? I quickly looked around the room, but no one else, not the customers or the employees, was looking at the thing in Arimura's hands. No, they couldn't see it.
これで決まりだな。
どういうことなんですか、これ。
Well, I was gonna say Kunosato surely can't see it, but she knows about it, so...
今有村ひなえが手にしているもの、それが能力者の証だ。ディソードと呼ばれている。
Well, okay. Interesting.
ディソード？
I'd heard her use that word before. I didn't realize that she was talking about this, though.
その状態のディソードは能力者にしか目視できない。つまりそれが見えるお前は
Does that mean
間
that
違い
someone
なく
can
能力者ということだよ。
kill people with the D sword and no one would know and it would be a perfect murder weapon because it, you know, wouldn't show up anywhere? Kunosada's cold voice dropped even lower than usual.
でも僕、そんな能力なんて本当に使った覚えもないし。
でも事実だ。
I couldn't believe it. So much was going on through my head that I couldn't think. I looked over at the D sword again. Arimura fiddled with it and snorted.
まあ同じギガロマニアックス同士、もう少し仲良くしときますかね、先輩。
She's really in her magical girl arc.
ギガロマニアックス？
I remembered Kunosada using that word before too.
我々は能力者のことをそう呼んでいる。ギガロマニアックスと。
I also prefer psychics. Gigalomaniacs is a bit much. It also, I think of Megalovania every time. For no reason, but... I don't know. My brain just... It just associates.
呼び方なんかどうでもいいです。それよりやっぱり信じられません。僕のそのサイコキネシスとかそんなの非科学的です。
I am surprised. This is the most that we have seen of Takeru. I'm okay with it.
サイコキネシスというのはお前がイメージしやすいようにそう言っただけだ。実際はもっと科学的な概念が存在する。
科学的？
I looked at Arimura's sword skeptically. Scientific, that?
ああ、無理ですよ、久野里さん。説明とかしてもさっぱりわかんないと思います。ちなみに、私は一つも理解できてません。
お前と一緒にすんな。僕はこれでも。
はいはい。
Damn it, she's pissing me off.
理解などしなくていい。ただ最低限のことだけは覚えておけ。ギガロマニアックスの能力をカートゥーンに登場するような超能力と同じように使うな。そんな安易なものでも愉快なものでもない。
何が違うって言うんです？
ギガロマニアックスの能力とは簡単に言えば自らの妄想を現実に変換する力だ。
妄想を現実に変換？
What was she talking about? That wasn't scientific at all.
ディラックの海という言葉をまあ知らないだろうな。
ディラックの海？
Serica started to fidget on the sofa. She probably couldn't follow what we were talking about at all, but she could tell that I was nervous.
確か量子力学の中の概念ですよね。
ほう、驚いたな。一階の高校生が知っているとは。
For some reason, a lot of people on the Japanese internet love relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Schrodinger's cat, for example, had been discussed so many times by now that it was considered an embarrassment to even bring it up. So I knew a little.
真空を負のエネルギーに満たされた空間だと定義するんですよね。で、そこをディラックの海って呼ぶ。
ああ、そうだ。ディラックの海はマイナスエネルギーに満ちた世界ということになる。
Kunosato looked at Arimura's hands as she held the D-sword. And then Arimura smiled, a little wickedly.
で、そのなんとかの海とこの剣を使って妄想を現実にできるんですよ。リアルブートっていうらしいですけどね。
リアルブート。
ディソードは剣の形をしているが、実はただの武器じゃない。ディラックの海に干渉し、現実との間のパイプとなる端末だ。ギガロマニアックスがその端末を用いると、本来現実空間の中に存在できないはずの負のエネルギーを引き出すことができる。するとホールセオリーによるペアクリエーションで粒子と反粒子が生まれる。それがエラーとなって他人の脳のデッドスポットに影響を与えるんだ。
脳のデッドスポット？
Dead spots of the brain.
デッドスポットというのは人間の脳における視覚やの視覚だよ。そこに影響を与えられるということは、つまり自分の妄想をそこへ送り込み、妄想通りのものを相手に見せられるということだ。しかも相手にとってそれは完全な現実として認識される。
でもそんなのただの幻覚じゃないですか。催眠術と同じですよ。
催眠術？そうか。じゃあその妄想を自分の周りの人間全員がリアルな現実だと共通認識してしまったらどうだ？
共通認識？
そうだ。さらにそれが渋谷中の人間の共通認識になったら、そしてその共通認識が東京中の人間、日本中の人間、果ては世界中の人間にまで広がっていったとしたら、一体誰がそれを現実じゃないと否定できるんだ？
それは。
そうしたら妄想はすでに作り事でも幻覚でもなくなる。紛れもない現実と化すんだよ。だからそれはリアルブートと呼ばれている。
そんなバカな。だってそんなことで現実がねじ曲げられるなんて。
And yet, I rub my head with my fingers trying to make some sense out of all this.
仮にいいですか。仮にですよ。僕がそのギガロマニアックスだったとして、だけど閉まってるドアの鍵を開けるとか、そんな風に妄想が物理現象にまで影響を与えるなんて不可能ですよ。
私たち含め研究者たちも当初はそう考え楽観視していた。だがそんな甘いものじゃなかったんだ。
Don't tell me she worked there.
え？
物理現象すらねじ曲げるんだよ。ギガロマニアックスの妄想とそれによって共通認識化された現実は。だからこそそれはこの上なく危険なんだ。
I looked at Arimura's sword, then back at Kunosato. Arimura was still smiling as she held the sword in front of me. I couldn't tell if it was the light it gave off was holy or evil, but for a moment it was so beautiful that I shivered. October 11th, 2015, Sunday. The town was filled with noise that threatened to swallow her whole. Oh, hey! That was just the way she wanted it. Shibuya was a town that accepted anybody and rejected everyone. Yeah, that was a long day. I have so many concerns. It was the only place that would let her be a part of it now. She moved her legs forward, valiantly, amidst the hustle and bustle. You know, in hindsight, I remember you saying that you thought Haruki might have been the girl, but I'm pretty sure this is her. Each step she took, her face twisted with horrible pain. Or at least, that's how it seemed to her. She didn't know if the pain was actually appearing on her face. Her face was covered with scars and shielded by long hair that hid her hate. But as she dragged her legs down the streets, no one in Shibuya stopped to look at her. She was grateful for that, but at the same time she hated it. Too obvious. If it's true, it's boring. You know, that's fair. A flame burned within her womb. It was a flame of hatred. She was nothing but hatred now. I mean, for a while there, I thought it was that other girl. From the beginning of the game. Because I think we saw her get, like, the knocks on the doors, and then it shifted over to this lady walking. Which threw me off for a bit. She was nothing but hatred now. The businessmen who passed by her on the street. The empty-headed students. I know, the H&H! I was thinking that too. I was like, that's pretty good. The happy couples. The miserable-looking old people. She hated everyone. But what she hated them most of all. She hated the ones who had abandoned her. She hated the ones who'd done this to her. If they hadn't abandoned her, this never would have happened. The hatred burned within her womb. No, she was the hatred. The power she gained that day. Why are we talking about her womb? It was all for this. Only the joy of revenge drove her forward. I know! It's like her anger and revenge is in their womb. I'm like, is she pregnant? Like, does she have an angry baby on the way? Is it the Chaos Child? Man. Forward and forward. And then she didn't notice that the people who passed by her turned back in surprise. She didn't realize it herself. But the woman was laughing. She was laughing so hard that anyone could hear. Like black smoke from a flame rising towards the sky. She raised her voice and laughed. How goes it? Miyashiro is awakening. Not completely yet. What else? He seems to have finally remembered. Their existence? Yes. What of the sin he committed? Not yet. Understood. It is almost the day of judgment. The sin he committed? Amy? Cool. Okay. October 12th, 2015, Monday.
おい、あれじゃね？ほら、今流行ってる。
I can't remember if Max was new or if they're the same person. Amy could just have multiple people keeping tabs on things. But that I don't remember. Usually whatever is said there, I'm too concerned about. And I'm like, focusing on what Amy is saying. I'll be real.
マジで?
Because something bad always happens.
流行るとおかしくね? 呪われるんしょ? マジやばくね?
ほれ、一枚持ってこうぜ。
やばいってそれ、マジやばいって。
I also can't remember when the next death is supposed to be. I have some fear. I assume it's gonna be the end of the month. Probably like the 27th or something.
あ、先輩、
So I
あ
assume we
れ
still
例の
have
や
quite
つ
a
じゃ
bit
ない
of
か
time.
例のって
え、先輩知らないですか？歴史シール。
歴史シール
Bro, how do you what?
いやいやいや、またまた嘘っしょ？知ってて言ってるんしょ？
How do you live in Shibuya with not knowing?
いやマジで知らないって。
マジっすか？今めっちゃ流行ってるっすよ。
It's impressive.
流行ってんの？あんな気持ち悪いの
いや、流行ってるってのとは違うか。ほら、例の連続殺人事件、あれの現場にあったって話っすよ。
が？あのシールが？なんで？
なんでかは知らないっすけど、でもなんか意味あるんじゃないっすか？
歴史シールね。なんかそのまんますぎだろ。もっといいネーミングねえのかよ。
They really couldn't. Well, I guess that's what happens when the internet names them.
歴史シー
うわ、めっちゃ増えてんじゃん。てか、あんた何やってんの？
ル。これちょっと可愛くない？
No!
ほら、カバンとかつけたら。
They're not cute. You stop that right now.
うっそ、可愛いとこマジウケるんだけど、どんな趣味よ？
絶対これ流行るって。マジで。ねえ、あんたもそう思うっしょ？
それ近づけんのやめて。見てるとなんか気持ち悪くなんだよね。
I know people have like different definitions of cute, and some people think different things are cute, but like, no way! I put my foot down at the sumo stickers.
ほら、気持ち
Ain't no
悪い
way.
ってんじゃん。
うっそ、可愛いって絶対。
Slam some sense into this girl. Huh? What did you put on that? Oh, this? It's that sticker. Neat, huh? Not Crocs with a Q. It's so good. Oh man. Love that. That's a good one. Oh, I like it. Right? Right? This is gonna be the next big thing. Wouldn't it look cute on a t-shirt? Oh, please no. Oh, but don't you think people would say it's inappropriate? Sure, but who cares? If we all wear them. Wanna try and make some merchandise? That's a great idea. Like socks or something. It might be cute. The logo is really cute. Look at him. He's just a little guy. Maybe I'll think about it. He's just a happy little man.
どうしたん？
Sniff sniff, what's this?
なんか焦げ臭くね？
Oh good.
ああ、ここあったらしいぜ。
何が？
なんかほら、最近この辺で火つけて回ってるやついるらしいじゃん。連続放火？
We love an arsonist. One of my neighbors was an arsonist when I was a kid. That was always fun.
ああ、なんか
well,
聞いたそれ。
my neighbor's boyfriend. I remember like one time they just had a big fire. Like, I don't even know what he was burning. I just remember it was like really close to our tree line. And I was like, man, can't wait for that to go terribly.
それもほれ、あれのせいじゃねえの？呪いのシールとかって。
Can't wait for the backyard to just go up in flames.
あれなんなのマジ
Good
で。
times.
あれと一緒なんだろ？前のほら。
ニュージェネだろ？
そうそれ、ニュージェネ。あれの真似なんだろ？渋谷マジやばいって。
I would just not live in Shibuya, you know? Shibuya is truly just the New York City of Japan. Just don't. Just don't.
このように今回の事件の日付はすべてニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれる6年前の事件と一致しております。そこにどのような関連があるのかが注目されているわけですが、これについてはいかがでしょう。
そうですね。関連があるのはほぼ間違いないでしょうね。ただ現時点で全ての事件が同一犯であると決めつけるのはまだ時期尚早ではないかと思います。
それはどうしてでしょう。
現場に残されていたという歴史シールは渋谷の街中のどこにでもあるという話ですし、入手するのは比較的簡単なんですね。したがって何者かが同一犯の犯行とみなすために現場に残したという可能性も考えられます。
その場合はやはり捜査の混乱を狙ったということでしょうか。
Yes, that's what I think. Especially in an internet-oriented society like ours, information like that travels fast. It's possible that someone heard about the first case and decided to imitate it.
まだまだ謎の多い事件ですね。こちらの事件に関しては後ほど改めましてたっぷりと検証していきたいと思います。さて、次のニュースはこちらも東京渋谷ですね。連続放火事件のニュースです。
Pog. We're gaming. October 12th, 2015, Monday.
しかし信じられないな。まさかAH 東京総合病院でそんなことが。
I still don't know, but I assume I assume that means we're on chapter 7 now. Every time. It's such a strange way to, but like surely because we get a trophy for it, because I think I'm used to Yakuza where like when it shows like the title of the chapter, it's usually like, you know, when you're starting a new one. So my brain is like gets frazzled every time. I'm like, what does I mean, my brain's like, progress, but also like where? Somewhere. Takashi Shinjo frowned as he leaned back into the sofa inside the messy office. But I'm gonna say, I think that means we're on chapter 7. I'm committing. This is my guess. If I'm wrong, then remember me. Freesia Corporation was located on the second floor of an old multi-purpose building in Sakuraoka. At this hour, the 20 or so desks in the room were mostly empty, but that didn't mean the things weren't busy. Investigation companies like Freesia did a lot of work inside the office. It was precisely because they were busy that there was no one here. 3 people were having a serious discussion inside the empty office.
まあ、新庄ちゃんが疑いたくなる気持ちはわかるけど。
In front of him was the CEO of Freesia, Katsuko Momose.
お前なんかに嘘をついて何の得がある?
Mio Kunosato was sitting further away from him, not even bothering to conceal her displeasure. It was clear she had no intention of being friendly with him.
もちろん信じないと言っているわけじゃない。あの病院にいろいろ妙な噂があることだって知っている。それにこうして生きた証人もいることだし。
Shinjo looked at the other person on the sofa. You know, I wondered where she had went. Because it sure didn't seem like she went to Kunosato's apartment, so I assumed she was left with Momose. But I don't think that was ever mentioned, so I was like, we sure just, you know, knocked her out and then took her out of the hospital. He gets a name and a voice in this scene. I'm really happy for him. It was a tiny little girl.
あの子が 本当に施設で被害者たちの世話を？
I still don't know why that one scene he didn't have his name. It was so random. It's like everyone knew who he was, but it was just they were like, no, not this time.
ああ、そうだ。
今彼女から事情は聞けそうかな？
The disrespect, honestly.
やってみてもいいが、失望するだけかもしれないぞ。
え？
それがね。
私、帰ります。お願いします。私、帰ります。あそこに返してください。お願いします。
Oh yeah, I guess it was because it was from Takeru's perspective. But it still seemed so dumb because he knew his name. But I guess maybe because it's Takeru, he doesn't care enough to give him a name. So that would explain it. Which I suppose it does make sense.
ずっとこの調子。帰りたい一点張り。何を聞いたってろくに話してくれやしない。
Seriously, what is up with what? I want to know about her. Like, is this just really? Is it really bad Stockholm syndrome? What's happening? What are we dealing with? Who is she?
百瀬さんが苦戦するのは珍しいな。
He had a name and scenes before that were with other people. I mean, true, but like, you know, Takeru did speak with him and went down to the station and stuff. So I'm just like, bro knows his name. He's just Takeru's just lazy. He just can't. He's like, this guy doesn't matter. He's just a detective. Shinjo stood up and dragged an office chair over to the sofa the girl was sitting on. He sat down as slowly as he could. Well, then again, actually, Takeru is really bad with names. Now I'm thinking about it. All the times that he has messed up his classmates' names, it is on brand. He sat down as slowly as he could as to not scare her, and looked at her at eye level.
山添ウキ君?
He tried to speak as softly as he could, but she still shivered at his voice.
怖がらなくていい。僕はおまわりさんだ。
おまわりさん。
そうだ。だから安心していい。
おまわりさんなら助けてください。
もちろんだと思う。だから教えてほしいんだ。君を真っ暗な地下室に閉じ込めたのは誰？
私、あの人にさらわれてきたんです。だから助けてください。元の場所へ返してください。
Yeah, I was gonna say, to be fair, they really did kind of kidnap her. Uki Yamazoe looked at Kunasato for just an instant, and then looked back to Shinjo, begging.
これで私も立派な誘拐犯だな。逮捕してみるか？
チャーチャーを入れないでくれ。なあ、ウキ君。何か勘違いしているようだけど、君は地下でひどいことをさせられてたんだ。だからこうして助け出されたんだよ。
ひどいことなんて何もありません。私はただ皆さんのお世話をしていただけです。それが私の仕事です。だから戻らないといけないんです。私がいないと皆さんが困ってしまいます。
That explained why even a veteran like Momose was having trouble. Shinjo looked at the two and shrugged.
参りましたね。
でしょ？
聞いた限りだと地下の環境はかなり劣悪ですよね。普通女の子がそんなところに帰りたいって思うもんですかね。
私ならごめんこむるわね。まあ、うちも仕事内容の劣悪さじゃ負けてないと思うけど。
Ma'am, what do you mean? Huh? Momose chuckled. What do you mean?
そいつの頭皮を見てみたが、ロボトミーや電気ショックの痕跡はない。 ちゃんと脳の検査をしないと断定はできないが、多分長年の軟禁生活で自分の境遇に疑問を抱かなくなってしまったんだろう。
虐待されてる子供と同じか。
ああ。
どうしたもんかな。
Shinjo looked back at the girl, who now seemed as if she was about to cry, and started to scratch his head. As of now, the police had no reason to make a move on AH General Hospital. None of the evidence he'd gathered had been acquired by legal means. He'd hoped that Uki Yamazoe's testimony would allow her to function as a whistleblower, but that was looking unlikely.
あ、そうだ。ウキ君、この少年を知ってるね。
Shinjo took a smartphone out of his pocket. It was one he'd borrowed from the younger officer, so right, because he has a flip phone. We once kidnapped a baby Wooper in a Pokemon RPG. The GM offered it up as a possible water type to take with us, but it was also a very small child. Oh no! Man. How could you? He picked out Takeru Miyashiro's photo from the ones he'd taken of the people involved at the Haikiko Academy shooting.
彼のスマートフォンを君は拾ったはずだ。彼がそう証言してる。
その人なら何回か会いました。でも、そのスマートフォンって一体何ですか？
Mips, how could you?
は？何？
その子ね、最近のものは何も知らないわよ。
Oh, she... Wait, what? I was gonna be like... She was really locked down there. But didn't we see them in that one scene where they were, like, about to go in the tunnel? Where all the sumo stickers were? But you know, maybe that was a delusion, because why would they be out and about? I don't know. I don't know, man. Takeru's comment about not knowing what's real and what isn't is... It really do be hitting now. Concerned. Shinjo thought for a moment, then pointed to his own phone.
これがスマホだ。これと似たようなものを彼が落として君が拾った。覚えてないかな？
Yuki stared at the phone in his hands and then nodded softly.
やっぱりそうか。で、それをどうした？
落ちていた場所にすぐに戻しました。
戻した？君が持って行ったんじゃなくて？
持ってなんていきません。なんだかわからないものは怖いです。
でも宮代君によれば、そのスマホから電話がかかってきたって言うんだ。君がやったんじゃないのか？
Who has the phone?
スマホというのはそうやって写真を見る機会じゃないんですか？電話もかけられるんですか？
Oh dear. Oh dear. Momose giggled a little. Shinjo glared at her, then turned the phone around and brought up a number from the address book. He tapped the number. The phone rang for a moment, and then an extremely irritated voice answered.
はい。もしもし、有村ですけど。
Yeah! Yeah! I was gonna say! This is... Yep!
ほら、こうやって電話ができるんだよ。な？
I feel like they need her to understand what's happening if this is true or not. Shinjo turned up the volume so that Uki could hear it. Uki didn't seem to care.
そうですか。もしもし、一体何なんです？用がないなら切りますよ。私これからランチなんで。
いや、用ならあるんだ。しかも大事な用が。悪いんだけど、ちょっと力を貸して。
お断りします。
Alright, Mura, please. I want to know if she doesn't know what a smartphone is.
即答はないだろ
ねえ新庄さん、私ってあなたの恋人かなんかですか？何かっていうとすぐに電話してきていやらしい。
いやいや、待て、別にそういうつもりじゃ。
ならストーカーってことでいいですね。
Arimura, please.
よくない。困ってるんだ。助けてくれよ。
うわ、出た。女の敵の決まり文句。それでお小遣いをせびったり、お金のために変なバイトをさせたりするんですよね。最低のダメ人間。
真面目に聞いてくれよ。大切な話なんだ。頼む。
Shinjo finally managed to quiet her down and then told her about the AH Tokyo General in Uki Yamazoe. She is such a little shit. I love her. And then he asked Uki a few more detailed questions, this time so she could hear. And as a result...
どうだ、有村さん。
全部白ですよ。真っ白。その子、嘘は一つもついてません。
God damn, okay. I mean, I had a feeling, like, I believed her, but...
本当に何にも知らないですね。その子が犯人と関係あるとか思ってます？だったら空振りもいいとこですよ。
そっか。
So she'd really just been locked in a basement, and... Yikes. Shinjo's shoulders slumped when he'd heard that. He saw that Kunisato's did too. She'd probably thought she could learn a lot from what she wanted to know from Uki Yamazoe. Kunisato frowned and looked at the ceiling.
有村さん、助かった。ありがとう。今度なんかご馳走するよ。
はあ？それってもしかしてデートに誘ってるつもりですか？だったら絶対に嫌なんですけど。
未成年をデートになんて誘ったら警察クビだよ。またな。
He's right. Thank you for acknowledging it.
またって、もうこういうのやめてくださいよ。何度言ったらわかるんです。
She's so good. He ended the call before Arimura could say anything further, and finally the room fell quiet. So, we kidnapped a girl. She doesn't know anything about technology because she's been stuck in a basement for several years. And she wants to go back. Well, that's a doozy. No one spoke for a while. I don't blame them. They got a lot to think about. The only sound was Uki Yamazoe mumbling, "I want to go home," as she stared at her feet. The detective doesn't fluster as easily. True. And I like to believe that he's also getting used to her, antics.
まあ、その子に関しては、もう少しうちで預かることにするわ。って言っても、食事と寝る場所の提供くらいで、大したことはできなさそうだけど。
Momose stood up and rolled her tired neck. There was an unhealthy popping sound. Oof.
それでも十分助かります。
あっちの方は一からやり直しか。
一からってことはないさ。地下施設の本格的な操作ができないか手を考えてみる。
なんとかなるの？正式な手続きを踏んだところで、またどこかから圧力がかかるわよ。
でしょうね。
でしょうねってあんた。
ま、そこら辺は適当に口実をでっち上げます。ダメならダメでやりようはあると思うんで。それにお天道様の元にさらしてしまえばいくらなんでも無視はできないでしょうからね。なんです？何かおかしなことを言いましたか？
似てきたじゃない？あの人に。
そいつは喜んでいいんですかね。
どうかしら。少なくとも いい死に方はしないわね。
Oh, that's great. Alright. We got Watabe murdered. Popular online journalist Tomoaki Watabe was murdered on the afternoon of the 10th at a school in Shibuya. The police have become more convinced that the killer in this case is the same as the other murders that are patterned after the return of the New Generation Madness 7 years ago. Watabe visited the school to talk to the students and coughed up sumo stickers and died when he went on stage. Watabe's stomach was filled with large numbers of the mysterious sumo stickers, and it is believed that these are what choked him. As the sumo stickers are seen everywhere on the streets of Shibuya these days, they seem to think it was impossible to track down where the killer was from, or found them. Watabe had previously pointed out the relationship between the sumo stickers and the other mysterious deaths that took place on the 7th, 14th, and 30th of last month. The police are assuming there is a connection here. I always love just the vibe of, like, you know, reading about these gruesome murders and then you got this, like, cheerful banger, man. Godson death? And before this is a viral marketing scheme by the sumo wrestler people? Obviously the kids he was interviewing did it. Uh-huh. If you guys want to see a sumo sticker that bad, look in the freaking mirror! Got him! There's a huge shadowy conspiracy involved in this. All the victims are people who tried to find out about the conspiracy. The ones behind it are also the ones behind the original New Generation Madness. They also eliminated the person who designed the sumo stickers. I bet the kids he was going to talk to are in danger too. So what, you're a sumo sticker truther? He's reading between the lines. Oh man. Godson death. This thread is almost 1,000 posts long. Why do you guys like sumo so much? If this is post 1,000, I'm gonna win the next sumo tournament. Bro's gonna win the lottery. Finance milk girl reproduction prohibited. Ban the internet. Ban it. Ban that guy in particular.
物体を動かす力、いわゆるテレキネシスと呼ばれるもの。
Oh, hello, everybody.
それが先輩の力です。
僕の力。
さあ、念じてみてください。動けと心の中で。
Insert Jesus, you're all blocked, babe. Yes. Please.
念じる。心の中で。動け。動け。動け。
Oh my lord, he's gonna try to use the force.
動け、動け、動け、動け、動け、動け、動け、動け。動けよ
Wait, I just thought of something stupid. Do you remember when the wind blew Caruso's skirt up? Do you think that was him accidentally, like, opening the window or some shit? Man. I'll be real, I didn't think he was gonna be able to do it.
マジかよ。浮いてやがる。
I did not think that was gonna work.
動いた。
驚きました。これは私が思っていた以上の力かもしれません。
宮代拓、君の能力、この目でじっくりと見させてもらった。
I mean, it probably was just the wind, because I can't remember if they talked about the window being open or not beforehand, but it would be funny if, like, unknowingly he opened the window at the right time to cause it to happen.
久野里さん。
これからはその能力を使って私の渋谷ニュースを手伝ってくれないか。
僕が渋谷ニュースを。
私には君の力が必要なんだ。
You know, didn't she say that she wanted everyone with powers to die? Yeah! Me and you, same brain. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Confusion. I thought she was very against the people with powers. I am having a confusion.
すごいじゃねえか、宮代。
まあ、これくらい当然だよ。
We'll just roll with it and see what happens, I guess.
宮代。
タクねえ、タクったら。
Yeah, I was gonna say that felt like a delusion.
これくらい大したこと。
That absolutely felt like a delusion, and now whatever's happening here, has me worried.
大したこと。
Huh?
あ、起きた。
ここ。
Did he pass out? Did he pass out? I bet he passed out when he tried to lift the book. None of the rest of it happened. My room? Then that was a dream just now? I looked at the clock. It was already well into the afternoon and approaching evening. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe the book thing didn't even happen. But yeah, if you can have positive delusions, that's kind of pog. I remembered now. I'd met with Arimura and Kunosato at Cafe LAX and then came back here last night still confused. After that, I'd gone home and thought, and then done some research on the internet, and finally gotten to sleep around sunrise. That's why I was only getting up now.
たく、人が心配してきてやったのに、気持ちよく寝てやがるんだもんな。
Okay, so it was just guaranteed, just a dream.
タクはのんきだね。
I do think about laxative every time.
うわが、なんだお前ら。
Surprised, I leapt out of bed.
なんだってご挨拶だな、君は。
みんなタクを心配して様子を見に来たんだよ。
心配？僕を？なんで？
だってねえ、花ちゃん。
I think I go back and forth between the airport and laxative. Cause like I think when I see the acronym, I think of the airport, but then when I read it out as lax, I think of laxative. I'm like a mixture.
カズキ、お前まで。
All the gamers are here. It was a tiny room, but I'd only just realized that she was here now.
ちょっとタク、そういう言い方はひどいよ。花ちゃんだってずーっと気にしてたんだからね。
That was surprising. Kazuki was so worried about me that she'd come all the way out here? I figured no matter what happened, she'd be sitting in the club room playing ESO2.
てか大げさなんだよ。そんなに心配しなくたって。
でもよ、結構いろんなことあったろ、昨日。
そうだよ。のんちゃんも気にしてたよ。
の。
Oh yeah, how is Karusu doing? She okay?
うん。
She back at school yet?
まさか昨日のことベラベラ喋ったりしてないよな。
Sarika looked confused.
もしかして話したのか？
うん。
例の能力のことも。
うん。
Man。
なんで言っちゃうんだよ。
だって、のんちゃんには隠し事してもバレちゃうんだもん。
Okay, Caruso, she absolutely can't be better yet, because if not, I feel like she would have stormed through the door. Yeah, Caruso is pretty sharp, and I couldn't imagine a girl like Serica being able to hide anything from her. I gave up and fell back into bed.
いけなかったかな。
Serica looked apologetic as she fiddled with her Garo Froggy strap. It was the right thing.
いや、いい。話しちゃったもんは仕方がない。
Knowing Caruso, she was probably really upset now.
で、それでクルスはなんて？
ああ、私は今動けないから、代わりにあなたたちがタクのそばにいてあげてって。
それだけか？あいつのことだからもっといろいろ言われただろ。危険なことするなとか、能力なんてバカなとかなんとか。
そんなことなかったよ。
だってあのクルスだぞ。それだけのはずないだろ。
Caruso。
それだけ。
Man。
だよな。
I rubbed my eyes, still sleepy. Something didn't seem right.
ああ、そうだ。昼間、新庄さんから電話あったぞ。お前が探してるスマホのことで。
Ito slapped his hands together as if he'd just remembered something important. I quickly stood up. That was one of my biggest concerns right now.
新庄さんなんだって？
I eagerly pressed Ito for more information. Shinjo had said he intended to spend the whole day getting information out of Ukiyama Zoe girl. I can't imagine that went well, considering what we've seen of that. Of course, I'd told him many times to ask about the phone. Probably he had.
それがな。
You know, in hindsight, that's even more concerning, because who knows who has the phone now? That's, could be anybody. The answer I got wasn't the one I was expecting.
あの子は持ってない？
ああ、一度拾ったけど、すぐに元の場所へ戻したそうだ。
そんな言い訳、新庄さんは信じたのか？
Can't believe they could have just ran right back upstairs and got the phone. You hate to see it.
有村が確認したんだと。嘘はついてないって。
有村が？
Which meant that she wasn't lying.
じゃあ、僕の携帯から伊藤に謎の着信があったの？
それも彼女は無関係だってさ。
そっか。つまり、スマホを持ち去った犯人が別にいるってことか。
Then who had the phone? And that picture? And how and why had they managed to use my phone to call us and threaten us?
とにかく宮代のスマホは引き続き捜索してくれるそうだ。だからさ、とりあえず新しいのを買ったらどうだ？
タクはね、やっぱり私たちの真ん中にいる部長なんだよ。だからね、タクと連絡取れなくて困ることはいっぱいあるんだ。今日も一日中心配しちゃったし。あと、のんちゃんもタクとお話ししたい時にすごく困るって言ってた。
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, even not including the school stuff, but like, you know, all of these people being murdered, maybe having a cell phone might be a good idea.
そっか。
I'm the leader. It felt kind of embarrassing, but I knew that only these guys would say something like that.
確かに今のままだと 何かが起こった時にみんなと連絡を取り合うことができないの。わかった。早めに新しいスマホを手に入れるよ。
Gotta go phone shopping. Serica smiled happily.
で、昨日の話の続きなんだけどさ、宮代。
続きってどの話の続きだ？
久野里さんの言ってた能力だよ。本当にありそうなのか？
ああ、それわからないな。ちょっと非科学的すぎるし。
でも最初に超能力がどうのって言い出したのは宮代じゃなかったっけ？
それは。
That's a good question. That's a very good question. Maybe he has like a weird, like an allowance from their dad? Or maybe some sort of child support?
お前には見えたんだよな。
For being an orphan?
出した剣みたいなの。
I don't know.
まあ、見えるには見えたけど。
Could be money from his dead family, that's true. That's always an option. Armor a sword, I think she called it a D-sword. Definitely looked real.
そいつが見えたってことは、やっぱお前は能力者ってことだろ？久野里さんもそう言ってたし。
伊藤、相変わらず久野里さんの言うことは信用するんだな。あれだけひどい目に遭わされたのに。
She treated him pretty badly in the basement of the hospital. Maybe he was into that?
おいおい、なんだよその目は。俺は別にそういう趣味はねえぞ。
How did he know?
いや、そういえばお前、クルスを怒らせるようなこともよく言うよな。あれもわざとじゃ。
うわぁ、しんちゃんって変態さんだったんだね。
You hate to see it.
やめろよお前ら。んなことより宮代の能力の話をしてんだ今は。
He's not helping his case. Ito dragged us back to the original topic. This was definitely suspicious.
いや、能力とか言われたって自分の意思で使えたことなんてないしさ。ラブホテルとか病院の地下とか、鍵を開けたのは僕の能力だって有村や久野里さんは言ってたけど、半信半疑なんだ。
The door to the hotel room might never have been locked in the first place, and the others might all just be a coincidence, right? I don't know, man. I mean, you could call them coincidences, but like the one at the psych ward is because what, they're supposed to like talk to somebody to actually let them go in there. The fact that that one just happened to open, I don't know.
ちゃんと試してみたのか？
Oh yeah, the sword is very compelling. True.
試す？
お、だってさ、やってみなきゃ使えるかどうかわかんねえだろ？
コツさえつかめば案外できるかもしれないもんね。
Even the normally disinterested Kazuki was staring at me with curiosity. It was rare to see her like this. Maybe she was interested in psychic powers and the occult.
そうだな。
I just worry that the more often they use their powers, the more often that puts them in danger for the murders.
違うよ。僕がそんな馬鹿げたこと一人でやるわけないだろ。
I lied. Actually, last night I tried, and it hadn't worked.
じゃあやってみようよ。ね？いいじゃん。減るもんでもないし。
けどやるったってどうすれば？
やっぱ強く念じるとかじゃね？
I tried that, and it didn't work.
ほらほら、タク、念じて念じて。
念じるって何よ。
そうだな。例えばほら、そこにある本を動かしてみるとか。
And now this is just like my dreams.
わかったよ。やるよ。やってみる。けど期待はするなよ。
大丈夫大丈夫。5本。それでは挑戦していただきましょう。宮代拓くんです。パチパチパチ。
Suddenly, Sarika stood up straight and gave me an introduction and a round of applause. I had no choice but to stand in front of the book and get ready. I raised both hands slowly and concentrated. I stuck my hands out quickly, and then the pages of the book slowly started to...
やっぱ動かないね。
だろう。だからできないって言ったんだよ。
ちぇ、なんだつまんねえの。
I mean, the only other times it's happened was when they were, like, kind of in danger.
こら、和樹、人んちの壁を殴るな。
So he wasn't, like, really thinking about it. Sarika opened one of my mountain views and smiled. I hadn't seen her take it from the refrigerator.
Ah, 俺にも一本。
Sarika handed Ito the plastic bottle she was holding, and then took out 2 more from the fridge. She gave one to Kazuki.
おい、お前ら、人のものを勝手に。後で金払ってもらうからな。
なんだよ、ケチくせえな。
一人暮らしは何かと金がかかるんだよ。てか、尾上、僕にも1本。
That was 4 bottles in total. I'd have to go buy a new pack.
サンキュー。で、何がいいんだよ。さっき言ったろ。よかったねって。
ああ、うん。だってさ、もしもタクにそんな能力があったら命を狙われるかもしれないってことでしょ？
Oh, poor Sarika, you sweet summer child, you.
命を狙われる？
You absolute good little egg. After everyone left, Sarika's words repeated again and again in my mind.
もしもタクにそんな能力があったら命を狙われるかもしれないってことでしょ？
There was a chance that all of the victims of these murders, they were calling the return of the new generation madness, had psychic powers. That was the conclusion I'd reached as well. If I had the power that Kunosato and Arimura said I did, I could be a victim too. And Arimura had said before,
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
殺される？僕が？
What the hell was going on? Normally I'd be excited that my theory about psychic powers had been proved correct, but instead, why did I have to start worrying about that they'd come after me?
どう考えたっておかしいだろ。
Is this a growing moment for Takaru? He's not excited about it? For one thing, I couldn't use any psychic powers. See? I tried, and nothing moved. I focused, and nothing started floating. I knew for a fact that I didn't have any powers, so even if other people said I did... But what if... What if the killer mistakenly thought that I did, the same way Arimura and Kunosato did? In that case, even if they were wrong, my life would still be in danger.
冗談じゃない。そんなバカなことって。
What was that sound? The door? Was someone here? But the others had just left and there was no one else who had come. No way. Could it be someone who wanted to kill me? Bro, not the knocking. You've got to be kidding me. I'm pretty sure that's a different knock though, so... I think it's someone else. I don't have any powers.
やだ。来るな。来るな。違う。僕は超能力者なんかじゃない。違うんだ。
Bro's like, I'm not that so Raven, okay? I'm not. But despite my pleas, the door slowly opened. I was gonna say! I was like, I freaking... Poor Gen, dude. Screamed right in his face. Man. He didn't deserve this.
なんだよ。驚かさないでよ。
I staggered back and sat down on the bed.
せっかく例のもの持ってきてやったってのに。さては、女子かと思って期待しておったな。
そんなんじゃないよ。
まあまあ、お前くらいの年なら誰でもあるこった。ってわけで、ほれ。
Gen tossed me an issue of Cool Cat Press, then stuck out his hand. To be honest, I didn't feel like it, but...
500円でいいの？
毎度あり。これで今日もうまいビールが飲める。ってな。
少しは貯金とかしたら。
ばっか野郎。男は酔い越しの金は持たねえってな。イカタク、お前も男ならケチケチすんじゃねえぞ。じゃないと女子には。
わかったわかった。今日はもう帰って。
男ならとこら。
I pushed Gen out of the room and shut the door. The room became strangely silent once more. The occasional passing of a train seemed exceptionally loud, but when it was gone, the silence returned. Shibuya Station was very close, but once you got even a little bit away, it became like this. Normally I love the silence, but today I felt a little lonely. Don't look at me. Leaky noise, revolving dead, and goats on death. Goats on death? They all had stupid names, but they were all brutal murders. And...
もしも特にそんな能力があったら、命を狙われるかもしれないってことでしょ？
くそ、冗談じゃない。
I flipped open the new Cool Cat Press to take my mind off it. The page read, "Polish your hidden talents to make girls love you." October 12th, 2015, Monday.
はい、終わり。ありがとう、ゆい。悪いわね。いいっていいって。のの姉にはいつもいろいろ任せっきりなんだもん。私だってもう子供じゃないんだし、こういう時くらい頼ってよ。
Yui smiled as she finished disinfecting the wound and applying the gauze. Nono was a little surprised to see her smile look just like an adult's. Yui and Yuto had come from the Aoba dorm at almost the same time as Nono and Takaru. At first, they were still young, and it took time for them to get used to the life here. But now they were an indispensable part of the life at the dorm. Of course, it had been 6 years now, so perhaps that was only natural. That's right, Kurusu told herself. People can get used to anything. Nono thought about how long 6 years really was, and softly patted Yui on the head.
どうしたの？ののね。なんでもない。大きくなったなって。何？急に。だからなんでもないんだって。ちょっと思っただけ。
And at the same time, she thought to herself, I have to protect this, no matter what. The things she'd built up over the last 6 years. Her family, and...
いいののね。また勝手に動き回って悪化させちゃダメなんだからね。
The way Yui stood up when she talked was just like Nono did, and it felt a little embarrassing to watch.
ごめん。それにしても、タクル兄もタクル兄だよね。痛がってるののねを置いてどっか行っちゃうなんて。口では文句ばっかり言ってても、タクル兄は本当は優しい人だって思ってたのにさ。そう言わないであげて、ユイ。タクルはタクルなりにいろいろあるのよ、きっと。いろいろって？それは。
Kurusu knew that Takaru didn't want to hurt her. Takaru was just struggling as hard as he could. Against the circumstances he found himself in, against the world. But...
わからないけど、いろいろよ。いろいろ。変なの？
He still didn't realize that sometimes the only thing that brought was sadness. They'd kept Takaru's past a secret for his own sake. There was nothing to be gained from digging up the truths of the past. Takaru knew that. So why...
とにかく、もうしばらく安静にしておくこと。これは父さんからの命令でもあるんだから。わかった？はいはい。返事は1回。はい、わかりました。よろしい。
Yui said the line that normally Kurusu would say, then left the room. Kurusu chuckled as she watched her go. And then she took the phone off the side table. A moment after she turned it on, the phone's wallpaper appeared. It's the picture! It was a photo of her family. Her, Dad, Yuto, Yui, and Takaru, with a blank expression on his face. What do you mean a blank expression? Bro's trying to smile. Me in every family picture ever. It was one of her most important treasures. Some people just aren't photogenic. Screams. She stared at it for a long time, and then after a moment's hesitation, opened the photo gallery on the phone. There was Takaru mixed in with many of her other memories. He had the same flat look on his face, and it almost made her laugh out loud. At the very bottom of the gallery was a picture dated a long, long time ago. It was taken 6 years ago, just before the earthquake. There were 3 children in the picture. Nono, Kawahara, and one more. And then she heard a knock at the door. She quickly hid the phone behind her back.
のの姉ちゃん、いい？何？お友達が来てるよ。お見舞いだって。
Huh. Why do I feel like this isn't gonna be Serica?
友達？ヤッホ
Never mind. Why do I speak out loud? Sarika softly opened the door and came inside.
元気?
Actually, I should just keep speaking out loud, but I should use it to my advantage and just start manifesting things.
元気だったら
I should say something deranged and manifest it.
ああ、そっか。じゃあまたにするね。冗談よ冗談。入って。うん。
Sarika came inside, moving a little more carefully and softly than she usually did. She sat down next to the bed.
お茶とか持ってきた方がいい?
Also, I really love how anytime I hear knocking in this game now, I have like PTSD. Completely normal knocking, and I'm like, the fear.
あ、いいよ。お構いなく。
Just the absolute distress that something bad's about to happen.
ありがとう、ゆうと。うん。じゃあ。
Sarika smiled as she watched the door close.
何? ゆうとくんもしっかりしてきたなーって。まだ甘えん坊だけどね。
Yuto was shy, particularly around people older than him, but he seemed okay with Sarika. It was probably because Sarika had been around Takaru for so long.
それで? ここに来た理由よ。お見舞い。怪我の具合なら電話でも話したでしょ。なのにわざわざ来るなんて。やっぱのんちゃんにはかなわないな。当たり前。で、どうしたの？ちょっとね。のんちゃんの様子がおかしいなって思って。
Kurusu, recovering from being shot. Sarika. Well, so I was thinking that you were weird.
私が？電話の声がね、元気がないなって。何言ってるの？怪我してるんだから元気がないのは当たり前でしょ？それはそうなんだけど、なんて言ったらいいかな。とにかく変だなって思ったの。だから来たの。セリカ。
That's kind of funny. It's like, damn, girl, why you acting so weird? I guess I can't fool you either, Nono, thought to herself.
のんちゃん？どうしたの？具合悪い？そうじゃない。
They're really like taking her being stabbed and just being like, yeah, this is fine. She's okay. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Literally. Nono hesitated for a moment and then slowly took the phone out from behind her back. There was only one thought in her heart. I have to protect everyone. That was all. If she couldn't change things, they'd be put in danger. Takaru, her family, the rest of the newspaper club. So Nono made her decision. What she couldn't say until now. What she didn't say until now. She would tell everyone. Wait, did she know the entire time? About her friend?
のんちゃん？セリカ、言ってたわよね。例の病院の地下で、南沢千里っていうこの情報を見たって。
Oh my god. No way.
これ。
It was the picture Nono had been looking at a moment ago. There was Nono Kurusu, Masashi Kawahara, and one more child. I mean, we knew it was her!
ちゃん、これって。
Like, we may have gotten interrupted, but I knew that that's what she was looking at, was a picture of her. So does she know that that's what happened? No! Go back! Go back! I hate it here! I'm about to turn this game around.
果たして誰が何のために貼り始めたものなのか詳しいことは分かっていません。
How could they do this to me personally? I don't care about this news anchor.
ただのいたずらだとも、あるいは宗教的、呪術的な意味があるとも言われていますが、それも単なる。
Bro, if she has known this entire time, like she goes to that freaking memorial, that's so messed up.
ただこの歴史シールが最近になって大量に貼られ始めたのには何らかのメッセージが込められているのではないかとインターネットなどでは話題になっているということですが、
I'm gonna fight Takaru for watching the news.
ここで若者のサブカルチャーなどに詳しいゲストの方を。
I don't care about youth subculture. I wanna go back to Karusu. Screaming.
何のためにやってるのかわからないなんて気味悪いですよね。
この歴史シールと言われるものがデザイン的にどうであるかという点を考えてみますと。
You know? Actually, yeah, I am interested in that. Imagine open communication with friends. That shocking. Could never happen. God, that just makes me think of these tweets that are going around because 14 there's no content right now. Because, you know, the patch came out whenever that was, and now things are just slow until the next expansion. So there is the React drama is it's rough out here. And there's just this really this really stupid screenshot was going around yesterday of someone watching someone's video on their stream, and then someone made a video of watching their video, and then someone watching the video of that video, and it's just like it's like a streamception of the drama happening. It's reactionception, exactly. And I imagine it's just gonna get worse. I watched the one guy's video because I don't like the one of the streamers that was involved in it anymore. But I watched this one guy's video because I had seen a tweet, and he basically was like, you sure just didn't listen to a thing I said, because he made a video on something, and it was like I don't know what she watched, but it was like she didn't even, I don't know, it was hard to watch. Like, I know he did it because, I mean, it was literally a reaction to a video that he made, and her freaking, like, it's money for him, but God, it was pain. Oh my lord, she sounded so stupid. It was just like, he would literally say something in the video, and then she would react to it, and it would just be like, that's not what he said at all. Like, are you okay? The answer is no, but like, it was, oh man. So I already know there would probably be a part 2 of, but it's, yeah. Content drill be rough out there. But yeah, that's exactly. When someone posted that picture, it was like, man, people just really don't the reacting back and forth, being like, "Oh, I'll watch your video later to see what you said." It's like, man, people just don't want to talk in Discord anymore, huh? But then again, someone was like, well, I wouldn't want to talk to her either. And it's like, yeah, true. Fair and valid. Creating drama for enrichment. I'm pretty sure that's what she did. Because, like, I had watched, like, the original video was, like, talking about, it was kind of, like, comparing the 14 world race and WoW world racing. And the guy, you know, he basically was just, like, because I guess a WoW world race just happened. And he was like, he pretty much said that he personally didn't like WoW races, and he said the reasons why. But, you know, he didn't say, like, he didn't think that there was anything wrong with them, he just wasn't interested in watching them himself. And then she just, like, went on this, like, big rant of, like, how he was, like, insulting WoW and, like, all this stuff, but it's like, huh? What? It was an experience. I'm not sure what video she was watching, but it was something. Every channel I looked at was talking about the sumo stickers. The world was talking about the sumo stickers a lot more than I expected them to. Everyone was getting excited over old news and old theories. But none of them have reached the same conclusion I had yet. So it's like, yeah, people could never just talk to each other. That would be too easy. Well, of course they hadn't. It was way too far-fetched. But a while ago, I'd been confident. I'd been sure of my theory. And Kunosato and Arimura had confirmed it. I didn't believe it anymore, or more specifically, I didn't want to believe it. Because if those powers existed, it meant that I might be a victim too. I might eat my own hand, or rip open my stomach, or shove a speaker inside, or have my head ripped off, or my stomach filled with pieces of paper with faces on them. I might meet the same end as all of the others. A sliced arm. A bloody stomach. A severed head falling off its neck. Eyes that wept blood. A wide open mouth. The sumo stickers pouring out of it. If that happened to me... No way, I don't want that, no.
ではもう一度実物をご覧いただきましょう。これが歴史シールと言われるものですが。
Oh no. Takaru, don't look at the screen. A close-up of the sumo sticker appeared on the screen as the announcer spoke. You know, I think he looked at the screen. The instant I saw it, I leapt up from my chair, hallucinating that all the nightmares I'd seen so far were real booting and attacking me. I closed my eyes so I couldn't see the sticker.
One説によりますと、これはデザイン学校の学生が自己表現のために貼り始めたという話もありますが、どんな理由であれ迷惑行為であることに変わりはありません。
I fearfully opened my eyes and tried to catch my breath. The sticker on the screen was still staring at me with its creepy face, but nothing had happened to me. I'd seen the 11th image in the basement of that hospital. That was the real sumo sticker, and it had a terrifying effect on me. But many of the stickers that were showing up around town were fakes, put up by people hoping to be part of the latest fad. They had no effect on me at all. Well, that's good! I was gonna be like, bro, don't complain! Serica! Tell us everything! I'd finally calmed down, so when I suddenly heard a loud voice next to me, I jumped up again. I recognized the voice, but still I fearfully turned around. I suddenly felt so tired that I almost dropped straight to the ground, but managed to stop myself.
いきなり何なんだよお前は。
それは私が言いたいよ。タクってば外に聞こえるくらい大きな声出して、近所のみんなびっくりしてるよ。
今のはその発声練習だ。
本当に？
Serica looked at me, worried.
でもタク、顔が真っ青、ひどい汗だし。
Serica took a handkerchief out of her pocket and tried to wipe away my sweat.
いいよ、自分でやるから。
Bro, why does she have a handkerchief? Who just has those? I grabbed the handkerchief from her and scrubbed the sweat off my forehead.
これ明日洗って返すから。
気にしなくて OK だよ。タクの汗だったら汚いとか思わないし。
Anime girls, apparently.
少しは気にしろよ。で、こんな時間に何の用だ
？Anime girls and grandpas. Of course. I should have known. Everyone in Japan has those. They hand them out at every corner. You can't not have any. The second you said that, I was just thinking about... It just made me think of Yakuza. But the people that stand around every corner in Yakuza are handing out tissues. I suppose it could be maybe a little similar. I put the handkerchief in my pocket. Her face took on a much more serious expression than usual as she slowly began to talk. Give me the tea!
ね、のんちゃんの話をね、聞いてあげてほしいの。
クルスの今から？
I wanted tea. Why is it sad music? Stop that.
のんちゃんはね、明日でいいって、学校が終わったら青葉寮に来てほしいって言ってるけど、でも本当はタクにすぐにでも聞いてほしいんじゃないかなって思うんだ。
You know, that is a fun fact, actually. I didn't know that was a thing at all. That's kind of interesting.
そんなに大事なことなのか？
うん、私が話しちゃってもいいんだけど、のんちゃん、自分でお話ししたいって。
Jake! Hello! He is Santa. He is Christmas. I know, right? Can they just go right now? I want to know.
そうか。
Serica never took anything this seriously. It must have been something important.
わかった。これから青葉寮へ行ってみる。
オッケー。
Oh, thank goodness.
さすがタク、優しいね。
I was gonna say if we had to go to school, I would have cried. She grinned and giggled a little, then grabbed the handkerchief out of my pocket.
いいからいいから、タクの汗の匂いをじっくり堪能するんだ。
やめろよ。
それじゃあまた
明日。She squeezed her Garo Froggy strap to say goodbye, then spun around and left the RV. Freaking go, Takaru. I watched her go until she was out of the park.
クルスの大切な話。
Some convos and VNs are so unnecessary, I swear. I think that's just like anime in general sometimes. What could she want? Did it have something to do with what happened? The idea scared me a little, so I got ready as soon as I could and left the RV. I hurried down the usual route, and I took the Alba dorm. But don't get distracted, Taku. I swear. No! Did he see a real one? Something was different. Something wasn't the same as it had been before. Something was wrong. I'd just come by this path on the way home from school, but... So what was this strange, dissonant feeling? Man! Not right now! The walls, the fence, the streetlights, stickers were staring at me from all directions. And all of them were real. Not one of them was fake. Get this man some horse blinders, please! It was eerie. That eerie 11... Freaking... I've already forgotten. It's fine. Well, you know, in Serica's defense, she might have came a different way. Not the pipe chess. She might have taken a different path. I felt the mountain view I just drank coming back up in my throat, and I tried best to keep it down.
やめろ見るなよ僕を見るな僕は能力者なんかじゃないお前たちに狙われることなんてないんだ
No, even if Arimura and Kunosato was right, and I did have some kind of power, it was only a tiny little power, which I couldn't master, and wasn't even good for anything.
だから僕なんか狙っても意味ないんだよやめてくれよ
Don't do it! Well, that close-up, I heard a strange voice from somewhere. Like a cat in heat. What do you mean a cat in heat? Those are babies crying! No, this was... It was the sound of a baby crying. But I doubted there were any babies in this park. So what was that voice? And then, all the stickers that were staring at me smiled, and then slowly. Ethan, you've come at a very concerning time, but hello, friend! I know it's about to happen. Just do it! Just open! Yeah, that's what I thought. I told you it was gonna happen at some point. Love that for us. You know, maybe going to visit Caruso was a bad plan. I ran as fast as I could, not caring where I went. I just needed to escape from the 11th Rorschach somehow. But... it sure do be everywhere. No matter where I went. The second they started showing up in, like, hordes, I knew that all the eyeballs would open. It was only a matter of time. Here. And here. And here. I think there's 12 chapters, but I'm not completely sure on that. There were so many of them. Were there really this many sumo stickers in Shibuya? How did I never notice? I mean, we've been noticing. I love weird children laughter. It's my favorite. No matter where I went, it was like they were following me. I had no idea how long I'd been running from the phantoms of the sumo stickers. No, those are cats laughing, clearly. Yo, my bad. Squeak ever laughs like that, I'm throwing her out the window. But no matter where I ran, the whole city of Shibuya was covered in sumo stickers. I'm kidding, Squeak. Kind of. Don't do it. She's sleeping, she got no thoughts. She cozy. Is your little ear flipped up? What are you doing over there? Maybe. What if Molly started laughing like that? What did... I don't trust that at all. I still don't trust her. I haven't trusted her since I kicked her out of the room. She never came back since I kicked her out after she was like behind my bed. And I just have fear that she's gone downstairs and done something bad. I'm like... I was thinking about it for a while. I'm like, should I have gone down and checked on her? And I'm like, maybe. But that would involve getting up. Anyway. Each time I saw one, I felt sick, dizzy, as if I was going to throw up. Add that to the exhaustion from running, and I was barely able to stand. I'm sure it's fine. Just when I'd reached the conclusion that there was nowhere left in Shibuya for me to rest anymore. Where the heck are we? I saw a silhouette crouched in an alley. It was a person clutching their arms to their tiny body. They looked like a stray cat. It was so different from the girl I was used to that at first I thought I must be mistaken. What is she doing out here? When she looked up, I saw that it was her.
Arimura.
Miyashiro senpai.
She also freaked out from all the stickers?
何してるんだよ。こんなところで。
ちょっと気分が悪くて、あれのせいで。
Arimura pointed behind her, but didn't turn around. But that was enough to tell me that what she was pointing at.
力士シールか。
そっか。先輩も
I can't believe this is how it finally, like, clicks to him, probably, that he has the powers. Because they're gonna, like, bond over the fact that they both get so, like, freaked out and sick from them. We ordered Greek food from a place that is a 10-minute walk away. We had it delivered because we were too lazy to go outside this cold. I respect it, honestly. I mean, I'm sure that the driver wouldn't be upset either. Like, it's an easy one for him.
先輩もひどい顔してる。ダメなんでしょ。
Probably makes their job easier, to be honest.
違う。僕は。
I didn't want to admit it. If I admitted it, that would mean that I had a special power like Arimura, and that my life would be in danger. That would mean that instead of me going after the case would be coming after me. The tables have tabled!
なんだか急に数が増えたと思いません？あれ。
Arimura's voice was so soft that it was hard to hear her.
今、テレビなんかでも話題になってるから、長尺度まで寄ってたかって張りまくってるんだ、きっと。
He's blaming the wrong-siders, but how would the wrong-siders be getting, like, the legit ones? You'd think that they would be the ones putting up the fakes.
しかも偽物だけじゃなくて本物のシールまで迷惑です。
まったくだ。そういう連中はすぐに飽きるとは思うけど。
だといいんですけど。
Although I suppose the real ones could just get mixed
とりあえ
in,
ず青葉院へ行こう。
since we don't actually know where they come from.
僕やクルスが育った養護施設だ。そこなら診察室があるから具合が悪くても休める。
はい、すみません。
That's true.
立てるか。
You're right, Bips. How far are they from there, I wonder?
それくらいはできます。
Because bro was just running. She forced herself to smile, then ignored my outstretched hand and stood up on her own. Getting to Alba Dorm was a miserable experience. I could feel the influence of the Suma stickers increasing with every step I took. Just look at the ground! Be fine. Just pretend you're walking in the rain with glasses. Sobs.
大丈夫か。
はい。
Or so she said, but she didn't look good. And I wasn't in a position to be worrying about anyone else either.
早く青葉寮へ。
That was the one thought that drove me forward. Oh yeah, I suppose they could be on the ground too. No! Suddenly. Oh, no way. You gotta be shitting me. She appeared before us. No way! Bruh. Nah. A woman. It was a woman with a strange presence. If we'd been on one of Shibuya's typically crowded streets, I doubt I ever would have noticed her. But on this empty street, she was impossible to miss. Her long hair covered most of her face, and with the street light to her back, I couldn't read her expression at all. But I could see the strange, hungry light that shone from her eyes through the thick hair that otherwise concealed her features. It was a dark light, one that somehow brought a deeper blackness, not illumination.
Senpai.
Arimura's voice was shaking. She'd realized how strange the woman was, too. And then... My eyes met her. The next instant. She laughed. Or so it seemed to me. Her laugh was empty, but at the same time, somehow satisfied. It was a laugh like evil itself, and it was like nothing I'd ever heard before in my life. And then, in a raspy, unpleasant voice, she spoke. I don't like that! Alarm bells went off in my mind. We should have never left the RV. My knees started to buckle. My instincts told me that she was dangerous. Arimura was staring at the woman, not moving a muscle. No, she probably couldn't have moved even if she wanted to. It was like we were paralyzed.
Senpai, あの人.
Arimura barely got out the words.
多分能力者です。
Oh, what's her power? A psychic? I didn't want to admit it, but just looking at the woman in front of me was enough to dash all my hopes. This woman. Her power is murder! Her very existence was enough to make me believe. Her power is to just manifest sumo stickers everywhere.
有村。
なんですか？
あの女の能力ってのはどんな？
I didn't know about any of the Gigalomaniac's powers besides Arimura's. But from what I'd seen so far, some of them were a lot more dangerous than the ability to tell when someone was telling the truth. There had to be more types, for instance, ones that could be used as weapons. And there was no doubt in my mind that this woman had that sort of power. It didn't matter whether I believed or not. How could I not have the information I needed at a time like this?
有村。
そんなの私にもわかりません。テレパシーなのか、プレコグニションなのか、クレアボヤンスなのか。ただ。
Her power is definitely murder. Can't believe it. Arimura's eyes were fixed on a single point. She probably couldn't look away.
あの人の能力はもっと危険な、人に害を与える力だと。
The woman started walking sluggishly toward us. Slowly. Slowly. I finally realized that she seemed to be off balance as she walked. Was that... Or wait, the reason she seemed to be off balance as she walked was that she was dragging one leg. Maybe she'd injured it? Or maybe it had never worked right. She approached us one step at a time, as if enjoying our fear. She took another step. A horrible smile was frozen on her face. Her eyes were looking straight at us, as if she didn't want to let her prey escape. My body wouldn't move. My body had turned to stone, as if I had been stared at by Medusa. And then suddenly the wind blew. The woman's long hair flew up, and I could see just a little of her face. Arimura gasped. The woman had been terribly burnt. Her face was covered in horrible burn scars. The smile disappeared from her face. Instead, it was replaced by rage. There was nothing there but burning rage and the color of anger. She slowly brought her hands up, and then pushed them out towards us.
Senpai!
She can use fire? Excuse me? Arimura screamed and pulled at my hand as hard as she could. A pillar of flame sprung up right where I was standing. There was a blast of heat and the awful stink of burning asphalt. A burning pain ran down through my cheek as the heat struck it. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked! Man! She waved her arm, and the next moment, the space in front of me was a sea of crimson flame. Arimura and I tried our best to get away from the fire. I knew that meant the ability to create fire. If I remembered right, it was a word created by a famous novelist. All over the world, there was historical reasons of an unexplained fires breaking out for no reason. Spontaneous human combustion, where a human body would suddenly burst into flames. It was one form of those incidents. Okay, now immediately I'm just like... When they were doing experiments, did they experiment on her with fire and that's what caused the burns? Or were the burns on her body caused by her powers and her not being able to control them? immediately my initial thoughts. Of course. Because on the one hand, it's like... How messed up is that? That, like, you know, the science, like, the experiments that she was essentially tortured with is suddenly her power. But, I mean, it's messed up either way. Like, even if it is, you know, she was experimented on and then burned herself because she couldn't control these powers, so it's like, it's messed up either way, but it's like... Those are my initial thoughts. I wonder which it is, or if we'll find out. Of course, spontaneous human combustion was considered pseudoscience, as most scientists believe those incidents were actually caused by static electricity or EM waves. And now, real pyrokinesis was happening right in front of me. That's a great question. Bro's going on a monologue, okay? He's thinking about words. The next thing I knew, the woman was stretching her hands out towards me. I rolled along the ground with Arimura at almost the exact same moment as the fire exploded outward. The smell of burning hair stung my nostrils. Oh no. What do you mean? You at least gotta put it out! We kept moving away, only barely dodging the burning flames. Stephen King came up with that term? Huh. My bet is she got burned in the fires after the big earthquake and she got a power representative of that. Ooh, that's a good theory. That's a good theory. I'll keep that in mind. Pillar after pillar of fire appeared behind us. It looked like the flames had spread to a bike and some garbage that were lying by the roadside, but I didn't have time to check. The woman was getting closer, dragging her leg as she walked. Arimura! You know, would have been really great. Not that she would be able to help, but maybe Serika should have also came back to Carusus, you know? Oh, popularized. Okay, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, dang, that means, you know, that, it would have been kind of like a recent thing, but yeah, okay, popularized it makes more sense. I get you, I get you. I tried to grab her hand and run, but... Sam misquotes me and writes his name. Sam is doing their best, okay? Leave Sam alone. Fire appeared right in front of us, and as we tried to dodge it, we both lost our balance and fell to the ground. The planter next to us was on fire. I looked up as the footsteps got closer and saw that the woman was right on top of us. She's going to kill us. That was what was going through my mind as I lay there, frozen in terror. This wasn't an anime or a movie. This was reality. This is your friendly reminder to not watch the anime again? Once again, friendly reminder. Don't do it! The pain from where I'd hit my leg when I fell, the pain from the burns. I might actually watch it just out of curiosity after I finish the game, but don't watch it before! Because I think it's like, you know, obviously, this is a long game where a lot happens, and I'm pretty sure what they did was they tried to condense all of that and put it into 12 episodes. So, yeah, you can imagine that it was bad. All these flames, the smell of melted asphalt, it was all real. Kunosato had said that the Gigalomaniac's power came from delusions. And not just any delusions. These delusions affected the brains of others, and through being shared they became a reality.
物理現象すらねじ曲げるんだよ。ギガロマニアックスの妄想とそれによって共通認識化された現実は、だからこそそれはこの上なく危険なんだ。
Yes, and because of that impossible pyrokinesis was happening right in front of me. And that power was going to kill me and Arimura. Delusional flames would become reality. And in that reality, we were going to be burnt to death. Oh! Okay. Yeah. Alright. The woman slowly pointed her hands toward us. Maybe I was imagining it, but the air around me seemed to grow hotter.
Yeah.
I don't want to die. I don't want to be roasted to death by these flames. No, I don't want to die. I still... A bigger spiral of flame than any we'd seen before appeared before us, but at the same time... Sword? Something strange appeared in the corner of my eye. Frighteningly sharp, but frighteningly fragile. Infinite and finite. Phantasmal and real. Like all the ugliness and beauty in the world had been compressed into one object. I was gonna say, absolutely he gets his power, he unlocks his power. Cause like, when he used his telekinesis power before, it was like, you know, it was Loki during times of danger? So, I figured something would happen. Let's go! It was clearly a different shape than Arimura's, but still, I could see it. But since I didn't know how to draw it, I just desperately struck the woman with every delusion I could muster. I imagined the sword slicing through her flames. And flung that image at her with my imagination. The burning fangs that threatened to engulf the two of us exploded. And then the fire danced like a snake. It flew in a straight line toward the woman who had created it. The fire turned into a spiral that leapt at her. She fell over in shock.
Senpai!
Was that my power? While I hadn't been looking, the D-sword had vanished from my vision. Arimura suddenly fell silent. I turned to see what she was looking at. As the air rippled from the smoke and the heat of the flames, the woman slowly stood up. I gasped at the color of her eyes. The fire that had been there a moment ago was gone. The light that burned with hatred was gone. There was only ice. Her eyes were ice, frozen, emotionless, and piercing. Arimura and I couldn't move. Slowly, with an unsteady rhythm, the woman approached us. And then stopped, a few steps away. Smoke was rising off a garbage bin behind us. The planter by our side was making crackling noises from the heat. There was nowhere to run before us, behind us, or anywhere else. I couldn't even hear the bustle of the town, but the beating of my heart sounded even louder. The sound of my saliva running down my throat, the sound of my breathing, the sound of the blood flowing. All of those sounds offered proof that I was still alive, but soon they would be gone. They would all disappear inside the burning flames. My legs shook. My eyes blurred with tears. I could barely speak. But the woman's expression didn't change, not even a little. And as she raised her hand toward me, I closed my eyes. I was going to. Huh? I slowly opened my eyes, and then the woman was gone. Was I saved? All the strength drained from my body and I collapsed to the ground. I thought I was a goner. I thought she would kill me for sure. No, until a moment ago, she was definitely going to kill me. I could tell from her eyes. They were cold, without a trace of doubt, uncertainty, or hesitation. Yeah, if only he had a phone! But yeah, but why? Why? He used his power, and then she just, like, gave up? Changed her mind? What happened? I mean, something happened, but what happened? I looked up and saw that Arimura was standing there, staring at the spot where the woman had disappeared.
Senpai.
Like, she was ready to roast both of them. You know? That makes sense, CD. That kind of makes sense. Yeah. I could see that, actually.
そうじゃないんです。ただ怖くて動けない。
Ooh, true. That leads to the question of why she would have to retreat. Or maybe it was just because... Well, I was gonna say maybe it's because he can use his power now. But... I think... awakening it could be something. She was in a delusion to make her that angry, and then he broke through. With all of those, with all the stickers around, that's also a big possibility. Because with the way that they make everyone else react, it's like the possibility of her also reacting strangely to them is very high. But instead of getting sick, it could have been like an angry delusion. Oh my lord, I forgot about Kurusu. So now she's gonna tell us about that girl, and we're gonna be like, oh, she just tried to set us on fire! Cool! After the attack by the pyrokinetic woman, I'd finally fled with Arimura to Alba Dorm. I could probably get treatment for my burns here. The front door was locked. I'd been so busy running that I'd forgotten how late it was. I hope the key's still... Oh, right. I was gonna say, man, if only he had a phone. But key makes sense. I've been given a key to the dorm, but I didn't usually carry it on me. But when I lived here, there was a spare key hidden on the grounds. I decided to look for it. Fortunately, the key was right where I remembered it. Part of me thought it wasn't a good idea to leave it in the same place all the time, but today I was grateful. Let me in.
ほら、そこへ座って。
As I went into the exam room, Arimura stood hesitantly by the entrance. I motioned for her to sit in the exam chair.
その怪我の治療だけど。
ご心配なく、これくらいなら自分でできますから。
そう。
Good. I'd gotten a little used to it, but I still didn't like the idea of touching her skin.
ああ、消毒液とかこれ使って。
I got some medicine, some cotton wool, and some adhesive bandages off the shelf, handed them to her. Since this was a clinic, a lot of the medicines were for use by professionals, but they were labeled in clearly written Japanese, so there was no way I could screw them up. Every time a new drug came in, it was Karusu's job to make the label and stick it on. She always said that if she didn't, Yui, Yuto, and I might take some by accident. She had always been the type to worry about things like that. I'd always been told to make sure to straighten my shoes up when I took them off, or to put my socks in the laundry inside out. That's smart. Screams. Suddenly thinking I've done my entire life wrong. She'd made me help with a lot of cooking too, didn't she? Wait, why am I thinking about that now? I shook my head, shocked that I was thinking about these things when something much more important was going on.
Miyashiro senpai wa ここでクルス先輩たちと一緒に暮らしてるんですか?
The disinfectant must have stung, because she was wincing.
暮らしてたんだよ。少し前まで。
じゃあ今は？
今は別の場所で一人で暮らしてる。
I live in an RV that I shouldn't have left tonight. Let me tell
一人
you.
暮らしですか。いいですね。
まあね。有村は？
I hadn't really meant anything by it. That was just where the conversation was leading.
知りたいですか？
あ、いや、言いたくないならいいんだけど。
Where do you live now? Somewhere else.
いいですよ。別にそれくらい。私は親戚の家で暮らしてます。実家ちょっと遠いので。
そうか。
If she was jealous of me living alone, did that mean that she wasn't getting along with her relatives?
あ、言っておきますけど、別に親戚の家でいじめられてるとか、そういう昭和のドラマみたいなことはないですから。
Thank you for clearing that up, actually.
いえ、変に誤解されても嫌だなと思って。
別に誤解なんてしてない。
やっぱり思ってたんですね。
That's right, she had that power. Having her know I was telling the truth or not made things difficult. Bro, that sucks. Because if she doesn't get along with her family or whatever, anytime they're like talking shit, or like, you know, low-key talking shit, where they're like lying about something, like she would just know. Her power sucks. It was probably difficult for Arimura herself to know what someone was really thinking, whether she wanted to or not. That sort of explained how she acted at school. Unless she kept things on a superficial level, acting like a goofball and telling jokes, she'd know what everyone really felt, and it would crush her.
はい、終わりました。先輩もどうぞ。
Since Arimura seemed to have finished, I sat down in a chair to take care of my own injuries. And at the same time, the door in the back softly opened.
誰？タクル？
Why are you standing and out of bed? We need to talk, but like, excuse me? Oh no. I'd hoped that Kurusu would be asleep. No, I'd actually come to talk to her about something important. But after the pyrokinetic attack, I decided against it. If she saw me injured like this, she would have worried, so I planned to talk to her tomorrow instead.
何か音が聞こえるから気になって、こんな時間にどうし...
And then she realized that there was another girl in the room.
有村さん？その、お邪魔してまーす。
違うんだ、これは。
I wasn't out on some kind of weird late night date with her, and then we got into a big fight where both of us got hurt. But before I could say something, which would probably only make her more suspicious, Kurusu saw us both and went pale.
二人とも怪我してるじゃない。
これは。
I knew this was coming. Her own injury hadn't healed yet, so when I saw her, how worried she looked, it pricked at my heart.
貸して。手当て必要なんでしょ？いいから貸しなさい。
Kurusu grabbed the medicines I was carrying and started to patch me up.
いやいや、もう大丈夫っすよ。私はもう自分で。そんな適当な処置じゃダメ。後になったらどうするの？でもは聞きません。わかったわね。
Kurusu's too good.
はい。
Kurusu's no-nonsense attitude was enough to overwhelm even Arimura. She sat still and let Kurusu do whatever she wanted. Once she was finished, she started on me.
で、何があったの？
それは。
What was I supposed to tell her?
できるだけ驚かさないように伝えるべきなんだろうけれど。
It's like, well, this crazy lady tried to kill us with fire, but, you know, just...
私たち、襲われたんです。
Just normal things.
ってストレートすぎるだろ、有村。
Well, you know, Takaru wasn't going for it, but it's okay. We got Arimura. The real one. Arimura came straight out and told her while I was hesitating.
襲われた？はい。炎を操る力を持った女に。
Thank goodness Arimura's here. We love her. Kurusu's expression started to cloud over.
だから有村、余計なこと言うなよ。
I glared at her, but Arimura just shook her head.
こういう時は変に隠すとかえって嘘っぽくなるんですよ、先輩。相手にも余計な心配をかけます。つーか、宮代先輩の嘘って私の能力なんかなくても分かりやすいですし。有村さんの言う通りだわ。ちゃんと話して。
I guess I didn't have a choice. I told Kurusu what had just happened, carefully choosing my words so as to not scare her. I mean, to be fair, Arimura just said it basically, so... While I spoke, I had flashbacks to the terror I'd felt during the attack, and my voice started to shake, but I couldn't help that.
ということで、理由は僕たちにもわからないんだ。でも、あの女は間違いなく僕たちを狙ってきた。
Dad's probably asleep. Everything I said sounded unrealistic, even to me, but Kurusu intently listened to every word. She just sat there and listened. She can sit there and listen now, but she better be talking soon. I want to know if she actually knew everything all along. I want to know what Sarika knows.
宮代先輩。
Arimura suddenly looked at me and spoke.
見えますか、それ。
See what? Huh? Only then did I realize. I had been so busy talking that I hadn't noticed, but something had appeared in the corner of my vision. Well, I remembered the terror I'd felt during the attack. Had it brought this back as well? There was no mistaking it. I whispered the words myself and tried to visualize it more clearly, and then... the hazy, indistinct image began to take shape. I reached out my hand towards the bizarre object, but...
なんだこれ、どういうことだ?
For some reason, I couldn't touch it.
タクル？何をしているの？
剣があるんだ、ここに。
剣？やっぱり出せるようになったんですね。自分のディソード。
Arimura said.
自分の?
So I guess manifesting and actually holding it is like something else?
はい。それが先輩のディソードですよ。ディソード。
Wait, that's hers?! An illusory sword that could only be seen with the power to make delusions real.
僕はやっぱり能力者なのか?
What? Huh?
だからずっと言ってるじゃないですか。そうだって。
じゃあさっきの女、あれはやっぱり僕を。
だと思います。私を狙った可能性ももちろんありますけど。
What I'd been afraid of had become real. That woman, her eyes, her appearance, and her flames. The burn marks on our bodies told me that this wasn't a dream, it was real. At this rate, I would be killed, like the victims in Don't Look at Me and Revolving Dead. Why was this happening to me?
有村さん。
Kurusu suddenly interrupted our conversation.
なんでしょう。あなたの知っていること、全部私に教えて。
Kurusu, I'm gonna need you to tell everybody what you know. I'm very confused right now.
どうしてですか？誰が何のためにこんな事件を起こしているのか調べるの。
おい。
Stunned, I leaned in towards Kurusu.
お前、事件には関わるなってずっと言って。
でももう遅いんでしょ？この先もタクルや有村さんが狙われるかもしれないのよね。
クルス。
I'd noticed earlier that something seemed a little strange about Kurusu. She told me so many times not to get involved in anything dangerous that I was sure when I told her what had happened tonight she'd freak out. That's why even when I'd fled here, I still hadn't wanted to see her. But after I told her, instead of looking angry or raising her voice, her expression was firm and resolved.
ね、タクル。セリカから聞いてるかもしれないけど、話しておきたいことがあるの。
I'm so confused.
実は私、あなたに言ってないことがあって。
言ってないこと？
I felt a sudden pain in my heart. Her words reminded me of the last time, when I was told my parents were murdered. When I'd found out that the family rule at the Alba dorm, that nobody kept secrets, didn't apply to me, just everyone else. when I found out I was the one person who was different from the rest of my family. And I knew Kurusu remembered it too. She had almost brought herself to the verge of saying something, but her memories came back and stopped her. She kept opening and closing her mouth, only to finally fall silent. I almost never saw her like this.
クルス、僕なら大丈夫だ。
I balled my hands tightly into fists, as if I was trying to tell this to myself too.
今の僕はあの時とは違うよ。多分。だから聞かせてくれ。
タクル。
I like the probably. That's relatable. Was I just imagining things, or did Kurusu's eyes get a little wet? I couldn't bear to look at her, so I continued.
とにかく、その言ってないことってのを聞かないと、何が何だかわかんないだろ。
そうね。そうよね。ごめんなさい。
And then she slowly started to speak. This is what she said.
今度の事件、私は無関係じゃないの。
I'd never even expected that. Kurusu was involved in the case? What did she mean?
この前、
Sits up.
あなたたちが忍び込んだっていう病院ね。
AH 東京総合病院。
ええ、その病院の地下のこと、私、前から知っていた。
I'm gonna shit.
は？
I'm gonna piss and shit. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was so sudden and surprising that I couldn't even follow it. The basement under AH Tokyo General Hospital? She knew about that terrifying place? Why? How?
くて悲しくて。
Kurusu looked down. Her face was twisted with pain, as if she was being tortured. She was a girl with a strong sense of right and wrong. Knowing that her friend was being experimented on must have been terrible for her. Did Kurusu maybe go through the same trauma that I did?
でも今はもう子供じゃない。逃げるわけにはいかないわ。私も事件のことを知っておかなきゃいけない。そうじゃないと誰も守れない。
クルス。
有村さん、お願い。全部教えて。
Was that really the right thing to do? I'd put Kurusu in danger before, and now I was sending her down a dangerous path again.
仕方ないですね。
待ってくれ、
Bro, when the music stopped, I thought Arimura was gonna be like, well, she's lying! I tried to stop Arimura, but Kurusu cut me off.
ねえ、タクル。今日あなたたちに怪我をさせたのが誰なのか、それはわからないわ。けど、また襲ってくる可能性があるんでしょ？何も知らないままじゃ、私は何もしてあげられない。ただうろたえるだけで何もできない。そんなの嫌なのよ。だから全部聞かせて、私にも。羨ましいですね。あ、いえ、なんでもないです。で、クルス先輩に話しちゃってもいいんですか？
Well, I guess it now makes sense why she was so freaking against literally everything and would get so mad. It's because she knew. I slowly nodded. I mean, to be fair!
でも有村。
Again, this could have been solved a lot better by just, you know, coming forward and telling, but to be fair, if she had told them from the beginning, he would have been like, so I was right! And then, you know, went crazy that way. And it probably would have just made him more interested, so it's like, I get it, but like, man.
私にですか？
僕はお前のことまだよくわからない。正直信じていいのかどうかも。
なるほど、そうでしょうね。
でもなんていうか、今は悪いやつじゃないような気がしてるんだ。だから聞いておきたいんだけど。
だから何をです？
お前は少なくとも僕らの敵じゃないんだよな。お前のせいで僕の大事な誰かが死んだりしないよな。
Arimura thought for a moment as she looked at me and Kurusu in turn. And then...
まあ、さっきは宮代先輩に助けてもらいましたし、恩をあだで返すってのもどうかと思うんで、誓っときます。私のことは先輩たちの味方だと思ってて問題ないですよ。
そっか。
おっと、ただしベタベタ慣れ合ったりするのとか大嫌いなんで、その辺はよろしく。
Then she smiled just a little. That may have been the first time I'd seen a real smile from her. October 12th, Monday. I want to say that after all of that, if she was experimented on, that she would say, but then again, that part could be blocked out, so... But I'm gonna say that she just knows about her friend. Probably not that her friend's alive, because I'm still pretty sure that that was the pyro lady. Shinjo looked up at the huge white building and sighed loudly. AH Tokyo General Hospital. After Kurusu's report, he decided to visit it himself. It was almost midnight. Oh, well there you go. That, okay, that's convenient actually. Kurusu was filed a report, so it actually gives them a reason to go check the place out. Convenient. Visiting hours were long over, and he didn't have an official warrant. He was here entirely on his own volition. But as he saw it, he was never getting a warrant the usual way, so this was his only shot. Normally he'd want to slowly, painstakingly build up a case, but it seemed to him that searching this hospital was so important that there just wasn't time to spare.
久野里美桜の話が本当であることをまず確かめる。そうすれば令状なんていくらでも出るようになるはずだ。
After his own investigations, he found that something strange had started happening in 2007, 2 years before the earthquake. At the time, there was a treatment facility in Shibuya called the Arc-Heart Medieval? Man. I was way off. Medical. Excuse me. The Arc-Heart Medical Association that was involved with some kind of cult. On the surface, it was a mental health clinic staffed with talented doctors from university hospitals. There was no way to know what they'd actually been doing, but evidently some people had suspected that they were brainwashing troubled patients. I love the medieval healing methods, they're my favorite. But suddenly, the facility was reborn as a hospital with a non-profit assisted living facility. And all the doctors at Arc-Heart... I gotta really focus on that now. Medical. Had fired or were hired at AH Tokyo General Hospital. Man. Then 6 years ago, there was the new generation madness. The fifth victim in that case, Fumio Takashina, the victim of the so-called brain-dead case, who had been kept alive for a week after his brain was removed. He'd worked at AH Tokyo General Hospital. Oh.
一体なんだこの気味の悪い符号は。
There was too much that seemed suspicious.
こういう時、先輩ならどうする?
Then he shook his head. Do it your own way. That's what they would have said. Either way, if you could get proof of what was in this facility's basement, the case would take a whole different turn. Even if there was something big lurking in the shadows behind this case, if you presented incontrovertible proof, the police would have no choice but to act. It wasn't just about the facility, after all. There were a lot of people involved, too. The lives and dignity of the victims who'd been turned into test subjects also mattered.
人体実験か。胸くその悪い話だ。
Every year, almost 100,000 people went missing. If some of them had been forced into these experiments, that was a big problem.
それじゃあ一ついきますか。
His voice was somehow relaxed, yet driven, as he headed into the hospital. He'd learned and memorized the location of the facility from Kunosato. He'd snuck in from the ER loading zone and headed to the basement. The temperature there was clearly different from the areas above. I mean, I assume he'll survive this, because I can't imagine him actually being able to get through the door. Because I would imagine it's hidden again. Or, well, I guess it's not hidden, but it's closed. If I remember right, this is where the entrance is. Well, actually, you know, technically, I guess Kunosato actually knew how to get through the door. It was the kids that had no clue, so... you know, maybe, might be a little sketchy. He opened the breaker box and saw the card reader inside. He held out the card key that Kunosato had given him. Skeptical. I'm now skeptical about his survival. And he heard the sound of an opening door.
なるほどね。こりゃ尋常じゃないな。
There was a hidden staircase in the back of the autopsy room. A part of him hadn't believed it until he'd seen it for himself, but now he was essentially sure. A normal hospital wouldn't need something like this. Shinjo stopped for a moment to take a breath and headed down the stairs. He really couldn't bring, like, anyone with him? There was an old hallway at the bottom. It smelled of mold and dust. When he turned on his pen light, he saw that it was an old facility and the walls were falling apart.
でも間違いなくここは使われている。
If no one visits a building, it rots away. Unless someone uses it every day, it won't last long. But this place was different. It was old, but he was nearly certain someone was using it.
確かこの先だと言ってたな。
Shinjo followed the directions that Kunosato had given him as he headed toward his goal. His first stop was the monitoring room, which would have critical information on the facility. He wanted the data on the computer there. And then he wanted to find the room where the victims of the experiments were being kept. He turned down many corridors as he headed for his destination. The cell-like rooms he saw on the way concerned him, but they could wait for later. I really hate that he came here alone. Truly. Right now, the biggest job was to get the evidence he needed.
ここか。
Shinjo finally found the spot he was looking for. He used his card key to unlock the door. Then he swallowed and put his hand on the doorknob. Bro, who says card key instead of key card? I just want to talk. When he got inside, he saw...
No.
He quickly ran to the other room, the prison where Uki Yamazoe had kept the test subjects.
冗談じゃない。まさか。まさか。
He quickly found the room and flung open the door. Is everything just gone? And then he stood still in astonishment. There was... yeah. Nothing there. Yeah, that tracks. No victims, no beds, none of the things that Kunosato had told him about. The monitoring room had been empty too. There were no security cameras, no computers, nothing at all. All that remained was the simple fact that there was nothing left at all. Well, they moved!
なあ、宮代。部活行くんだろ？
もちろん。今日はいろいろと事件について整理したいんだ。
んじゃ、行こうぜ。
あ、悪いけど先行っててくれ。
なんだ、用でもあんのか？
用ってか、今日掃除当番。
I pointed to the other students who were moving the desks and sweeping the floors.
ああ。しかしなんで生徒に掃除とかさせるんだろうな。
Chaos Child is on Crunchyroll here. Don't watch it! Or at least not until we finish the game. Don't do it. Don't tarnish what you know so far.
確かにな。そもそも生徒が学校を掃除するなんて習慣があるのは日本を含めわずかな国だけで。
You can watch the tragically bad anime after.
ああ、ストップ。
Because I probably will just to see how bad it is.
んじゃ、後でな。
But like, trying to put such a long story in 12 episodes, that ain't good. Like, what? I don't know what they were thinking. Like, I'm sure it would have been rough, like, doing a 26 episode one, but like, they could have tried. They could have attempted. It would have been at least probably better, you know?
Oh.
Time to get this finished and head to the club room. I saw a scrap of paper lying on the floor next to the garbage bin. Someone had probably tried to throw it in the wastebasket and missed, then left it there. I really wish they'd think about the people that had to do the cleaning before they did that. I took a quick look around. There's another student named Tanika right nearby who was mopping up the floor. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Okay, let's try this. I visualized the scrap of paper lifting off the ground. This was more difficult than you'd think. If you lost your concentration for even a moment, it wouldn't work. I took the scene I'd imagined and tried to strike Tanika with it. Bruh, poor Tanika! And then...
Yes.
The scrap of paper floated upward, just like I'd imagined. And then it floated into the garbage can.
Nice.
I did a little victory pose.
あれ
Tanaka was looking around in surprise. She looked at me, a little afraid.
ねえ、宮代くん。
あ、はい。なんですか？
今さ、なんか紙くずがね、勝手にゴミ箱に。
はあ。
手も触れてないのにゴミ箱に入ったっていうか、ね
え。ええ、まさか何かの見間違いじゃないですか。
うん、そうだよね。
Still, she stared at the garbage can, unsatisfied.
ゴミ捨ててきたいんですけど、いいですか？
うん、ごめんね。
I took the garbage can out into the hallway. Oh, we're zooming now. Okay. Everybody here? Let's go. I'm actually curious. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look up how many chapters. Oh, okay, 11. That was close.
どれだと思う？
Man, Sarika asking the freaking deep questions.
やだな、そこまで真剣に考え込まれてもな。ただね、一つ言えるとしたらさ、嘘か本当か分かっちゃうっていうのはセリが思ってる以上にずっと大変だってこと。こうやってふざけてないとやってらんないくらいにね。
Sarika's like, what? Sarika seemed lost in thought, as if she didn't really understand.
あ、そうそう、そこのあなた。
Kazuki jumped a little.
ねえねえ彼女、君さ1年だよね。あーごめん、できれば口に出して言ってもらえるかな。
Wait, is she actually gonna make her talk?
ああ、ひなちゃん、ダメだよ。はなちゃんは喋らないから。
え、そうなの
？That's like... She's the one person Arimura's power will now work on, and I think that's beautiful.
ふーん、それって喋れないってこと？
いや、そういうわけじゃないはずなんだけど、とにかく喋りたがらねえんだよ。だから俺たちもまだ一回も和樹の喋ってるとこ聞いたことなかったりしてな。
へえ、そうなんだ。
Arimura stared at Kazuki's face.
オッケーオッケー。和樹はなちゃんでいいんだよね。ってことははなでオッケー？じゃあはな、これからよろしく。
I thought Arimura might have found it difficult to get along with Kazuki, but maybe I was wrong. Since Kazuki didn't talk, it might actually make it easier for her, since she didn't have to worry about knowing if she was lying.
それじゃあ早速始めるか。
待ってくれ。その前にもう一つ言っておかなきゃいけない。実はクルスが
遅れちゃってごめんなさい。
Kurusu's back at school, let's go! Kurusu opened the door and came inside. Her injury had healed and Dad had told her it was okay for her to move around, so she'd come back to school today.
副部長。
もう話始まってる？
あ、いや、俺たちは別に例の事件についての話とかこれっぽっちも。
いいんだ伊藤。
あ？
クルスも一緒に事件の解明をしてくれることになった。
え、そうなのか？
Kurusu's invested now.
ええ、みんなのお目付け役ってところね。
Kurusu glanced at me for just a moment, worried. But it was only for a moment, and then she was back to normal.
とにかくこれまでの事件について意見を聞かせてもらうわ。
Oh, welcome back,
少しでも
Sam.
おかしなところがあれば遠慮なく指摘するからそのつもりで。
That wasn't long at all. The meek attitude she'd had when she'd been hurt was gone, and she was back to her usual self. Ito's shoulders slumped, but at the same time, he looked a little happy. She was always obnoxious, and at times a little annoying, but this is the way everyone wanted Kurusu to be.
じゃあ全員揃ったところでミーティングを始めようと思うんだけど、先に一つ見ておいてほしいものがあるんだ。
なんだ？
まだ尾上とクルスにしかちゃんと見せてない。成功率も 100% じゃないから失敗するかもしれないけど。
Ito, Kazuki, and Arimura looked at me in confusion. I nodded and grabbed a pen, then put it on the table. I tried my best to focus. And then, just like the scrap of paper earlier, I imagined the pen moving. I don't have to drive across town anymore to get home from MIPS. We love that. We love that immensely. As I focused as hard as I could, I saw it slowly appear in the corner of my eye. Now all that was left was to imagine my delusion affecting everyone else. The next moment, the pen started to jerk upwards. The three of them raised their voices in surprise as the pen slowly moved upwards. When I stopped imagining the floating pen, the D sort of disappeared from my field of vision, and the pen slammed back down on the table.
おい、宮代！すげえよ！
言った通り、まだ完璧じゃないんだけど。
いつの間にできるようになったんです？
尾上に協力してもらって、いろいろとやってみたんだ。
Ito gasped in amazement. When the pyrokinetic attacked me, I was forced to accept that I really was a psychic. After that, I decided to master my power instead of running away from it, and I'd gone through a lot of trial and error to do so. At first, I tried to do it on my own, but that didn't go well. Then I remembered what Kunosato had said. She'd said that Gigalomaniac accomplished a real boot by transmitting his delusions into the dead spots of another person's brain to create what she'd call a shared reality. That meant that if I didn't have someone to share my delusion with, it wouldn't work, right? So when I'd started practicing with Serica, things began to go much better.
でも先輩、言っておきますけど、そういうのいい気になって使ったりするとろくなことになりませんからね。
有村さんの言う通りよ。
そのくらい分かってるよ。これは僕やみんなの身を守るためにやってるんだ。
ふーん、だったらいいんですけど。
I was telling the truth. I'd managed to turn back the pyrokinetic's flame at the last second. That was the only reason we survived. But that was only a coincidence, born out of desperation. If she was going to come after me again, I needed to master my power. That's why I decided to practice like this.
だけどさ、なんでだろうね。
Suddenly, Serica frowned. She was fiddling with her Garrett Froggy strap, like she always did when she was thinking about something.
なんでだろうって、何がだ？
相変わらずいきなりね、セリカは。あなたの頭の中では話がつながってるのかもしれないけど。
ごめん。そのね、ほら、ひなちゃんは相手の話が嘘か本当かわかるんでしょ？で、タクは物が動かせる。人によって使える力に違いがあるのはなんでかなって。
I never thought about that before. She had a point. Why did different people have different powers? Kunosato hadn't said anything about that.
つうかさ、そもそもその能力自体いつからお前らに備わってたんだろうな。生まれつきか？
That was another thing I'd been wondering about.
宮代、お前はどうなんだ？
少なくとも僕自身はここ最近まで自分にそんな能力があることを自覚してなかった。だから正直わからない。
Maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline.
そんじゃあ有村は？
私は多分渋谷地震の後ですかね。あれ以降急に人の言葉の嘘が分かるようになったっていうか。
So in Arimura's case, she'd suddenly been able to tell people were lying after the Shibuya earthquake.
ってことは あの地震に何か関係があるのか。
I have to look into that eventually.
あと今のセリの疑問、どうして人によって能力が違うのかって話だけど、それについてはなんとなく思ってることがあって。
何何？
多分願望なんじゃないかなと。
Because of their wish.
願望？
そうです。私地震の時にちょっぴりそう思うことがありまして、で気づいたらこんな感じになってたっていうか。
そう思うことって？
やだなあ、だから本当のことか知りたいって話。言わせないでよ、恥ずかしい。
いや別に照れるとこじゃねえだろ。
そもそも本当のことが知りたいなんて一体何があったんだよ。
やだ先輩、やらしい。
なんでそうなる。
そういうのは痛いけな乙女の秘密なんですよ。だから聞いちゃダメね。
That's kind of interesting, actually. When Arimura was like this, I knew I wasn't going to get anything out of her.
とにかく一旦これまでのことを整理してみようか。
Is it board time?
ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件。その被害者には明らかに共通するポイントがあったよな。
っていうとあれだね。
そう、前にも推測した通り全員何らかの能力者だということだ。最初の事件、こっちみんな被害者とその特徴は。
Let's see. We wish be able to predict the future.
そう、多分予知能力があったってことだ。次は音漏れ炭。被害者とその特徴は。
That guy was able to read clients' minds. Oh my lord, Molly is barking like crazy. Oh, that's wrong? I'm stupid? True and real?
次は音漏れ炭。被害者とその特徴は。
Oh, I was thinking of the wrong. I'm dumb. I was thinking of the wrong murder. My bad. Poor leaky noise victim. I sure was not thinking about her. I was thinking of the Love Hotel man. It's awkward. You hate to see it. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I know who you are, I swear.
トランスっていうと
I was on the wrong one.
の気持ちがうわーって気持ちよくなることかな。
I just straight up skipped her by accident.
まあそんなようなものですかね。
つまり相手の感情を歌で誘導できたってことだ。
he was like, that's wrong. I was like, huh?
で、僕たちが目撃した回転デッド。被害者とその特徴は。
Yes, this is the man I was thinking of. He could read the minds.
多分カキタって人
So
は
sorry to her.
テレパシーを持っていたんだ。
I was thinking of Kakita.
ええ、その通りです。私にはそう言ってました。
Feels bad.
そして学園祭で起きたごっつぁんです。被害者とその特徴は。
And last but not least, get them scoops.
そう、渡部が有名になったスクープ写真は全てありえない角度や場所から撮られているものばかりだった。多分連写だったんだろう。
やっぱり私が言った通りですよ。どの能力者も願望が入ってる気しませんか？
願望か。こっちみんなの大谷はもともとニコニア動画で生放送していて、
I mean, he wanted to become famous. So that right there's a wish.
おともれたんの高柳は新庄さんの話だと確か
I'm gonna not forget. She's here. She became a popular vocalist. The redemption.
回転デッドの柿田さんは僕たちじゃわからないな。有村は何か知ってるか？
そういう話はあんまりしませんでした。けど仕事でいつも裏切りとか騙し合いとかあったみたいで。でも能力を持ってからはその心配もなくなったって。
そしてごっつぁんですの渡部か。なるほどな。こうしてみると確かに有村の言う通りかもしれない。
つまり願望がその人の能力に影響してるっていうことね。
ってことは宮代のその能力も何かの願望が現れてるってことか？
手を触れずに物を動かせたらとか、そんな風に考えたことあるんですか、先輩？
いや、僕は。
I couldn't think of any reason why I'd want that power.
あれじゃないタク。ほら、あの時タクって地震の後ずっと寝込んでたじゃない？
Oh, I suppose it could be that. I was thinking of like during the earthquake, because he was like trying to carry Serica to safety, so I thought maybe he would have wished for them then, but it could be the coma.
そういえばあの頃のタクルは歩くのも大変だったから。
Just like Kurusu said, I'd been badly injured during the earthquake. Even after I'd finally woken up from my coma, just walking was incredibly painful. It was bad enough that it could take 10 minutes of just grab something a few feet away. I'd hated that. I'd wished 1,000 times that the thing I was trying to get would just come to me. Well,
それじゃあ、あれが僕の能力に影響しているっていう。
I think that's where his wish came from.
なるほどな。願望が能力に現れる説ってのはほぼ正解と考えて良さそうだな。
それじゃああの女、僕たちを襲ったあの女の能力も何らかの願望ってことになるのか。
That's... concerning wish.
何かを燃やしたいと思ったってこと？
そこまで思い詰めるほど燃やしたいものってなんだろうな。
お芋とか？
Did to roast some yams?
冗談言ってる場合かよ。
いえ、先輩。セリは本気でそう思ってます。
マジか。
Perfect. I'm so glad we have Arimura now to back this up. Yeah, you did, Serica.
まあいい。あの女がどうしてパイロキネシスを持つようになったかは今は置いとこう。もう一つ、あの女について考えたいことがある。大事なことなんだ。
I looked at the faces of everyone in the room.
あいつがこれまでの猟奇殺人事件の犯人かどうかってことだ。
She'd clearly been trying to kill us, but that didn't mean that she was behind all the murders. I looked back at the board. I like how this man, this man loses his phone, sees that girl, Uki pick it up, and immediately is just like, I can't believe she's the murderer. Or is at least connected to the murders. But this girl comes at him with flames, trying to kill him. It's like, nah. Probably not her.
Katsuki, 例のものを頼め。
Taku's so dumb sometimes. I love him. I took the image that I'd asked Kazuki to print out for me.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来の話題で埋もれてしまってるけど、
we don't get printer
こ
noises
こ
this
最
time?
近渋谷で連続放火事件が起きてる。
No printer ASMR. Everyone seemed to know this. They nodded.
それが起こった場所とこれまでの事件の場所を比較してみようと思うんだ。まず最初の事件、こっちみんな。現場はここ。それに連続放火事件の現場を重ねる。
A lot of arson.
わあ、すごいね。
だろ。次は第2の事件、音漏れ弾。現場はここだ。ここに連続放火事件の現場を重ねると、
おいおい、マジか。
そして第3の事件、回転デッドが発生したラブホテル。このラブホテルの周りでも不審火が異常に発生してる。
確かに集中してるわね。
This is certainly concerning.
そうなんだ。そして第4の事件、
Are they
ごっ
trying
つぁん
to
ですわ。
hide
みんなも知って
something?
る通り、この学園で起こった。そしてそれに連続放火事件の現場を重ねてみると、
なんかすごいですね。
だろ。マップ全体を見てもらえばもっとよくわかる。
うわ、
最初にこれに気づいた時は僕も驚いたよ。で、これらのデータから考えると、
ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件と不審火との間にはなんか関係があるかもしれないってことか。
ああ、この通り偶然にしてはあまりにも場所が一致しすぎてる。あの女との因果関係を疑っていいんじゃないかと思う。
When I finished, Serica said, "Wow, you're amazing, Taku." But everyone else seemed lost in thought.
何か異論でもあるか？
異論とまではいかないけど、ちょっといいかしら。
Rusu raised her head.
うん、何でも言ってくれ。
ね。
She stood up in such a way to not put pressure on her injury, and then moved in front of the board.
再確認なんだけれど、タクルたちを襲った女の人の能力っていうのは
Pyrokinetic?
そう、炎を使う能力だったのよね。
ああ。
でもこれまでの殺人事件では炎なんて一回も使われていないじゃない。最初がこっちみんなだっけ？次が音漏れた？
If anything, it'd be like they're trying to, I don't know, get rid of like potential evidence just because they're like in the area?
そして回転デッド。この学園で起こったのはごっつぁんですね。殺人事件にこんな名前をつけるなんて不謹慎だわ。ほら見て、どれも炎なんて出てこないでしょ。あれれ、 確かにそうだね。
Rusu had caught one of the weak points in my argument. I thought that was strange too. None of the murders had involved fire, which meant that we had very little evidence to suggest that she was the killer.
なあ、こういうのはどうだ。発火女は自分の能力を試していたとか。
試す？
ああ、発火能力を身につけるまで自分で自分の能力がよく分かっていなくてさ、いろんなことを試してたんだ。それで殺害方法にいくつものパターンがあった。
なるほど。しんちゃん頭いいね。
Serica's impressed, but
でもそれってちょっと無理ないですか？
I remember said it before I could.
そうか？
いくらなんでも強引すぎるかなって。
私もそう思うけど。
そうか。
Everyone fell silent. We only just started, but there was too much we didn't know.
あの女が犯人だとするなら、なぜ炎を使わないで殺人を行ったのか。そして、なぜあんな殺し方ができたのか。いや、待てよ。
I suddenly got an idea.
なあ、有村。ちょっと聞きたいんだけど。
何です？
お前結構久野里さんと一緒にいたよな。
好きで一緒にいたわけじゃないですけどね。
Harimu's disgust was plain. She must have really hated Kunosato.
久野里さんは能力について研究してるんだろう。何か言ってなかったか？ギガロマニアックスが持てる能力の数とか。
数ですか？
That is a good question.
ああ、今まで気づかなかったけど、能力者は一人で一つの能力しか持つことができないとか決まってるんだろうか。
さあ、どうなんでしょう。でも確かにそんな制限、久野里さんから聞いたことはないですね。
リアルブートの理屈から考えれば、妄想さえうまくコントロールできれば、どんな能力だって使えると思うんだよな。つまり一人で複数の能力を持つことも可能なんじゃないかってことなんだけど。
Ito put his hand on his chin and thought.
宮代たちを襲った女は単なるパイロキネシストじゃないってことか。
あくまでも可能性の一つだけど、どうだろ
う。まだ決定的とは言えないわね。
だったらさ、犯人の女には別の能力を持った仲間がいるという可能性もあるんじゃないか。
I feel like the helper would be an easier.
仲間？ああ、そっか。
You know.
複数犯ってことだな。
I think that's more of a possibility than multiple powers.
それとあとは最初に戻ってしまうけど、パイロキネシストは事件とは無関係で、犯人は全く別の誰かという可能性。
その場合、タクルたちが襲われた事件とこれまでの連続殺人事件は別のものだと考えるってことね。
うん。
There were too many possibilities to really know what was going on.
ねえ、とりあえずこの件は保留にしない？多分結論は出ないわ。
そうだな。とりあえず今はこのまま置いとこう。
宮代と有村は警察に話したんだよな。お前らを襲った女のこと。
はい。
警察から何か情報はないのか？
The night we were attacked, we contacted Shinjo and told him what happened, along with a description of our attacker. Arimura had said she'd help draw a composite sketch too. The police had decided to look for her as a suspect in the arson case. If they could find her, they'd arrest her for that. Once they had her in custody, then they could find out if she was responsible for the murders.
何か分かったら連絡をくれるはずなんだけど、特に何もない。女の特定に至ってないんだと思う。
そっか。じゃあ、女に関する推理は今のところここまでしかできないな。
だと思う。
My throat was dry from all the talking, so I looked inside my bag. Mountain View. I mean, I knew the whole time that it was Mountain Dew, but finally seeing the logo and everything, that's so good. Man. Oh, I love it. I opened it and took a gulp. Everyone else grabbed a drink of their own and took a moment to relax.
あと、もういくつか俺が気になってることを言ってもいいか？
頼め。
I mean, it's not really, it's not the product placement, like that's not the word I would use. It's the, you know, it's the same as like Crocs and the H&H. It's the, I can't think of what it is. It's the using the brand but not wanting to get in trouble. So just making it like slightly different but still the same. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, but I love it every time. I feel like this game does it to the point where it's like they almost just don't care because it's so much the same, but then it's like we can't get in trouble. That's Mountain View. What do you mean? That's not, it's clearly different.
まず一つ目な。
Oh, I love it.
被害者は全員能力者だよな。犯人はどうやってターゲットの能力者を見つけてるの？
No, that was Mountain View. That was literally Mountain View. So stupid, I love it. Like, it's absolutely meant to be Mountain Dew. And I knew that every time they talk about Mountain View, I was like, I knew that's what it meant, but that's the first time we finally see it. But yeah, like, on the bottle cap and on the side, it says Mountain View. Don't even worry about it. God, I wish I could go back and show it, because it's it's so funny. I just love it so much. Silly things like that make me happy.
犯人は能力者を特定するために多分力士シールを使ってるんじゃないかと思うんだ。
力士シールを？
正確には11番目のロールシャッハ AH 東京総合病院の地下にデータがあっただろ。あのシールを見せられた能力者は激しい反応を示すって。
I wonder what they're gonna think when they find out that everything that they saw in the basement sure just isn't there anymore.
それは僕や有村も経験済みだ。
Sure, that'll be a fun conversation.
思い出しただけでちょっと。
Arimura closed her eyes and put her hand over her mouth. She must have felt like she was going to throw up.
大丈夫？有村さん。はい。すみません。続けてください、宮代先輩。
ああ。で、伊藤や尾上は地下で見たと思うけど、街中のシールが監視されてたよな。カメラで。
That's so good. It's like, what do I need to save the entire world? Mountain Dew Red.
能力者の素質がある人間を集めてその地下施設で実験するために。
I was talking about Mountain Dew the other day. I think I have tried Mountain Dew Red like a billion years ago when it first came out, but there's so many types of Mountain Dew now. Well, to be honest, I don't think that Canada even gets all of the different types. Like, I know we have some, but I think I remember seeing in the States that they have way more. But I remember, like, trying some of the different types and not liking them, usually. So, I'm just a plain green Mountain Dew gamer. Not that I drink it often. It used to be one of my favorite drinks at a time, but when someone mentions Mountain Dew, I always just think of the regular green flavor because of it, I think. I am a simple person. I could see Karusu's expression cloud. She probably remembered her friend, Minamisawa Senri, who'd been a test subject down there. It hurt to see her like that, but I decided that I had no choice but to go on anyway.
だから犯人はあの地下施設の出身者じゃないかと思うんだ。力士シールの秘密を知っていれば能力者の特定は容易だろ。シールを見て過剰反応を起こしてる人間を探し出せばいい。事実僕や有村も力士シールのせいでパニックに陥った時、あの女に狙われたわけだし。
じゃあ犯人は地下施設の監視カメラを利用してるっていうのか？それは無理だろ。あそこへ入るにはカードキーとか必要だし。
それにもう廃墟みたいだったよ。シ
Every time I
ー
say
ルの
card
監視
key
と
instead
か
of
さ
key
れてな
card,
かっ
I
たし、
cry
実
a
験も
little
や
bit
ってな
inside.
かったし。
いや、あの施設にいなくてもシールの監視だけならできる。
Supercomputers that were trying to take over the world were activated by Mountain Dew and shut down when exposed to red. The computers had it discontinued for some reason. You know? It does make sense. Even out of context. I believe it. Karusu nodded as if she understood.
タクルの言いたいこと分かったわ。カメラで監視してるとかじゃなく、実際にシールの近くで見張っていて、タクルや有村さんのような反応を見せた人を狙うのね。
そう、パイロキネシストの女もシールの近くに潜んで待ってたんじゃないかな。クモの巣に獲物がかかるのを待つように。そして僕と有村が見事に引っかかった。
そいつはしかし気の長い話だな。
でも不可能じゃない。
けどさ、
待って、その点に関しても今議論したって結論は出ないわ。保留にして次へ行きましょう。
保留ばっかりだね。いいのかな。
仕方ないわ。とにかく今は疑問点を出していくのが先だから。伊藤君、まだ気になることがあるのよね。
ああ、あと2つなんだけど。
Ito asked his two remaining questions. Summed up, this is what they were.
なぜ今回の事件はかつてのニュージェネ事件と同じ日付に起きているのか。
That is a very good and big question.
そもそもその動機は何なのか。
Oh, I see one on the 28th, but I can't... Which I was right, because I said earlier the 27th, but I can't remember if there's one in between that. I should have been paying more attention when we were,
騒ぎになること自体が目的みたいにも見えるわね。
map.
そうだな。
Oh, sits up! Those are September. I think it's underneath. I don't know if I can. Oh. Can I get rid of. Everything from the dates to the ways the murders were committed was chosen to be sensational as possible. Was it just to attract attention, or was it a message meant for a specific person? 1010 is vampire.
それが犯行動機なんですかね。私知ってるよ。愉快犯って言うんだよね、そういうの。
劇場型犯罪とも言うよな。
もしこの先もニュージェネ事件と同じ日付に犯行が行われるなら、次はノータリン事件と同じ日、10月23日ってことになるけど。
Okay. So we got 1023 is our next one, and then the last one I think was 1028. So we have 2 more murders. Great! Maybe not great for them, but great. Which also meant nothing was going to happen until then.
なるほど。だからか。
Ito suddenly snapped his fingers as if he'd reached some great conclusion.
お前と有村さ、パイロキネシストに襲われたけど、結局女は宮代たちを殺さなかった。
Bro's like, no one could die until the murders.
I
mean, it could be that simple, but I'm still kind of leaning towards CD's. You know, she just wanted to help them awaken it, or help him awaken it. The power, that is.
殺す日じゃなかったってことじゃないかな。
殺す日じゃなかった。
Did that mean it wasn't my power that saved us? No, but it just really felt like she was going to kill us. I'm pretty sure she was trying to make it seem like that. Because I think she really wanted to manifest his power. The more I thought about it, the more confused I felt. I can understand why he would think that, though.
それじゃあ、私はそろそろ生徒会の方へ行くけど、くれぐれも私のいないところで危険なことはしちゃダメよ。約束してくれるわね。
そんな何回も念を押さなくても分かってるよ。
本当ね。
It had been a while since Kurusu had glared at me like that. Now that the Empress was back, she was scary.
あ、そうそう。それからタクル、あなた。
Kurusu got in close and whispered to me.
今夜から青葉寮に帰ってきなさい。
Oh?
え？
狙われているのかもしれないんでしょ。今の場所に一人でいては危険よ。
You know, she's right.
ずっととは言わないわ。しばらくで構わない。事件が解決するまでうちで暮らしなさい。
She makes a very good point.
ダメ。問答無用。もし帰ってこなかったらこっちから連れに行くからね。それじゃ。
ちょっと
Before I could say anything, she ran off to the student council room.
生徒会長のくせに廊下を走っちゃダメだろ。
ん？副部長なんだって？
いや別にこっちの話だよ。
She wanted me to go back to the dorm. What should I do? There was no real need to listen to her, but knowing Kurusu, she might really come barging into my RV. I mean, it's a very valid point. Bro's gotta listen. Especially after what just happened.
しかしな、いくら考えてもわかんねえことばっかだったな。
そうですね。なんか頭痛くなってきちゃったよ。ねえ、タク。タク？
え？ああ、そうだな。
We hadn't really learned anything today. We had no proof, just a bunch of guesses.
なあ、久野里さんに相談してみるってのはどうだ？
久野里さんか。
ほら、彼女なら俺たちの知らないことをいろいろ知ってるんじゃねえのかなって。
Bold of him to assume that they could just do that.
ああ、それはやめといた方がいいっすよ。
I mean, Arimura probably could, but maybe. Arimura shot down his idea.
なんで？
あれ？ れ言ってませんでしたっけ？あの人ってば私たちのこと人間だと思ってませんから。
There it is.
伊藤先輩だってあの人にひどい態度取られてたじゃないすか。それともそういうの喜んじゃう系とか？だったら私もそうしてあげますけど。
だから俺はそういう趣味はねえっての。宮代と同じこと言うな。
Arimura had gotten the same idea about Ito that I had. I laughed a little. And then Arimura turned to us with a smile and continued.
別に冗談じゃないんですけどね。私、人の言ってることが本当かどうかわかるんですよ。久野里さん、私たちによくひどいこと言いますけど、本気で私たちが死ねばいいと思ってますから。
Yikes. That was a surprise. Did she really hate us that much? What did we do? Arimura continued on in the same chipper tone of voice a girl might use to discuss after-school plans with a friend.
あの人の目には私たち害虫駆除のための実験台にしか見えてないみたいです。害虫と同じ扱いでいいんですか、伊藤先輩。
Yeah, I really wanted to know more about that because I was like, man, this lady's cool. And then she said that she wanted them to die, and I was like, huh? And we never really touched on that. After the meeting in the newspaper club ended, I bought a Mountain View at the vending machine in the cafeteria and sat down on a nearby bench. I've been thinking so much that I was exhausted. I opened the plastic bottle and swallowed down the bubbling carbonation inside.
またそれ飲んでるのかよ。お前ほんと好きだな。
I think this man is like made of Mountain Dew or Mountain View at this point. It really is all he drinks. It's in his bloodstream. Ito bought a can of black coffee and sat down on the bench with me.
けどさっきはびっくりしたな。お前の能力だよ。
ま、僕自身もまだ驚いてるけどな。
とにかく感心したっていうか、普通にかっこよかったぜ。
やめろって。男に言われても一つも嬉しくない。
That's something the heroine says to the male lead in a romantic comedy. And then the hero falls in love. Baby.
いや、それもないな。
A series of faces flitted through my mind. Sarika with her dopey laugh, the ever-angry Karusu, Kazuki playing ESO2, and Arimura with her acid tongue. But I couldn't imagine starting a romance with any of them.
なんだよ、せっかく褒めてやったのに。
Clearly, the only answer is Ito. Ito threw the empty can at the garbage bin.
あ、惜しい。
全然惜しくないだろ。
The garbage can had a lid and only a small hole to throw cans in. Of course, there was no way he could get it inside.
なあなあ、またやってみせてくれないか？
何を？
だから、能力だよ。
Ito looked around the cafeteria as he spoke, making sure no one was too close. Was this why he'd thrown the can? Fortunately, it was after school, and the cafeteria was just about to close, so there weren't many people in the room. There were a few groups of people who were probably chattering about nothing important, and a few boys and girls intently reading their books. Nobody was paying attention to us. I didn't think anyone would see me and make a fuss, but...
お前ってどのくらいのものが動かせるんだ？重さとか大きさとか数とか。
その辺はまだテストしてないな。
じゃあ狙いは正確なのか？ ターゲット以外のものが動いちゃったりしないのか？
それもまだ。
That was a good point. It would be best to check that stuff. What should I do? No, now wasn't a good time. I still wasn't used to it, and I was already exhausted. The idea of trying to focus even more didn't appeal to me.
今日はダメだ。また今度にしよう。
I leaned back on the bench and swallowed my mountain view.
なんだよ、ケチだな。
ケチとかそういう問題じゃないんだって。
Ito's sad. But it did seem like I'd need to test the limits of my power, like Ito had said. I tossed the bottle of Mountain View into the garbage, just like Ito had done a moment ago. Of course, it didn't even come close. It fell on the floor and started to roll. Well, I think that's where I'll stop for today. I didn't think it was gonna be that abrupt of an ending, but it do be like that sometimes. I wanted to wait until they were out of the school, so I can't wait till tomorrow. I click it and they're like still at school, but it's a different day, so it'll be fine. Thanks for streaming. Of course. I'm having way too much fun streaming this game, to be fair. So we're on chapter 7 of 11. We're cruising. Oh my lord, do we have... Is that how many hours we have in this game? Don't look at me. It's fine. Getting there. True! Doing that, and then... I do think we'll probably do a, I do want to do, like, a full, like, chaos playthrough and see how that works. Like, I'm a little worried, because I don't know if, like... if I should just skip all the dialogue except for the choices, or what the etiquette is for that kind of thing, but I do want to see, like, what happens if you choose every negative delusion, and how messed up that makes stuff. So, but for now, we are getting close for our first basic playthrough, which is exciting. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for sure. And for now, everybody have a good rest of your night, and I'll catch you later. Goodbye.